How the hell are we gonna introduce this shit?
The first game of Slice of Adventure?
Bienvenidos, dork plugs.
What?
What?
I don't know. I'm on the spot. So, doing something a little different tonight. Those of you who've gotten used to my voice in this channel by now. For those of you who haven't, hello. I am Jared, or Vagrant Verse, as I am known on my online handles. And tonight we are still doing D&D, as you might expect from looking at all this. But we welcome you to a new kind of sort of bullshit thing we're experimenting with. A fun little, somewhat informal campaign setting we're calling Slice of Adventure. You ever tried to... Any DM or player can tell you the pain of attempting to run a D&D game consistently. There's always one person who can't make it. There's always one person whose plans or schedule changes, and all the hard work and investment you have just kind of fizzles out. And it just slowly withers away at you. Well, this is a tentative solution for that. Those of us who DM in the group all started getting together and talking and decided to create a sort of group setting where multiple DMs can run quick little four-person one-shot-ish things. And this is the first debut of those. There's probably going to be some awkward growing pains and a few interesting things we'll try and maybe not stick with. But if you'll stick with us, I promise you, you will not get bored. Ahem. So, for this very first session, we're going to open with making an interior of an airship. It's, I'd say, like, let's see, what's the name of that one really large? I'd say probably about the size of a Spanish galleon in terms of size. Flying through the air, it won't go into too much detail with the embellishments and all that yet, and not all of that has been decided. Inside of it, there are a group of 4 adventurers, and let's roll a d4 here. Each one of you type out a number.
Where should we type?
Just type into general chat.
Just any number?
1 to 4. Alright, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so Nora, that means you're first.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no, actually I have to roll
You have to
to
roll
see
for it.
first. Psyched you out there. Okay, so that's our numeric order. I got a 4. So, first things first. Describe yourself and what you're doing inside of this lobby of sorts.
Hi, I'm Ryla Espinoza. You might remember me from such one-shots as The Arena. For those who haven't seen that, I am a mass of dark teal slime that looks as though it tried to sculpt itself into a humanoid form, then got bored halfway through and decided to be a dinosaur instead. Currently, I'm in the mess hall, ranting about the latest installment of my favorite comic book.
Well, alright then. Okay, so that is where you are and what you are doing. Thank you for that. So we'll remove the 4 from the docket. Next up we have... Oh, there's the 1.
God damn it. I am Victoria Schmankenstein, a hulking 8-foot-tall dragonborn who looks a little different than the typical dragonborn. She's a patchwork with a green face, a copper's right arm, a black's right leg, a gold's left leg, a white tail, red back, a mix of belly scales, and a purple, red, silver, and blue's left arm, all patched together, with 1 green eye and 1 yellow. She is sitting in a corner away from everybody, with a small instrument in her hand, quietly playing a tune to herself.
Ah, yes, the world's smallest violin. Very good.
Damn it.
God damn it! It's ocarina, thank you!
Okay.
Shit.
Okay, then.
Lord.
Now we're down to 2 and 3. And I got 2.
Okay, I need to get into voice. Hi, I'm Juniper, aka June. This is my first time adventuring out, being involved in things again after the proverbial nest started to get a little bit light. My hubby, he's still at home. He's hanging out with the kids, just holding down the fort. We're taking turns going on adventuring stuff. And I am a 30-foot naga. Has kind of mom bod, but whatever.
I
And
think a few mom bods.
you know what? You have 2 kids and see what happens. And I'm also in the mess hall with Ryla, listening to her. She talks about comic books.
All right, very good. And that leaves us with
Azel is. I am a halfling paladin. I am just kind of wandering around the ship at this point in time. She's considerably shorter than her crewmates at the moment, and she's, just kind of trying to keep out of their way just in case they misstep and step on her.
that is
There is not a
very-
single person in this group who cannot pick her up one-handed.
Exactly.
It's a
So
At this exact point in time, yes.
So she
All
would
right.
be like up on the deck, just kind of looking around, seeing where they are flying to.
All right, you are getting some very scenic views right now. You are flying northeast of your central guild hall home, heading upwards to the continent of Relos, a place that is known for having a bit of a tumultuous history. Quite a few cataclysms occurring in the last 1,000 years there, but you are heading, according to the guild contract you all agreed to take for whatever reasons you so decided, to the most peaceful part of it. A nice, fertile little peninsula called Schmarnagee's Cradle.
Oh, get used to those names, the shma names, because
It's a terrible joke, and I will never apologize for it. All right, so as you all are going about your business, there's a sort of tinny 1920s New York subway caller voice that starts erupting over everything. Just for the chosen adventure, seize the fortune, and sever your life, please.
what?
Anyway, is it too much to ask that they just kill off Gakubo and show us the characters that we actually care about?
I know, right? Like, why can't we get more of that delightful frog girl?
Why isn't she the protagonist?
Right?
Victoria cranes her head because she did not understand a word that came out of that.
All right, a couple of minutes pass. It's brown.
Did anyone else hear brown?
I heard it. It's brown.
It's
What's brown?
like a muffin?
Well, are there muffins?
Should we go, like, look?
Yeah, I can
the
go for a
things?
muffin.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
You're in the mess hall, so it's not a very far walk.
Or slither.
You make your way over there. They are not serving muffins. I'm sorry.
Aw.
Aww.
It's cupcakes, actually.
Oh!
Oh!
Ryla just takes 10 up in her pseudopods and crams them all into her mouth at once.
The rather confused-looking dwarf who is sitting behind the counter serving one at a time to people just kind of looks up and goes, "You all right with that being all you get for the day?" Hey, fair enough. This goes back to what they're doing.
Victoria, not being able to understand it for a second time, gets up and up and up and starts heading off to look for, like, the captain to get some kind of clarification.
All right, as a couple more minutes pass, you suddenly hear once again the when the adventure plays come, and then you hear the sounds of a scuffle kind of breaking out. Then That's what you get for copper pipes coming in. Hold on, I have to get my empty bottle. Will the contract adventurers please report to the staging area for a debriefing, please?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I guess that does make more sense.
Was the other fellow was trapped in a tin can?
Alright, so I assume you all make your way there?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. You know the layout of this ship. You've been acquainted with it since you've joined up with the guild and everything. All of them have the same general internal layout, just outside aesthetics of how they're decorated and whatnot is decided largely by whatever DM is commanding the session. That way everyone wins. So, as you all enter into this sort of lobby, just kind of in the bowels of the ship, in the galley, inside there you see two Warforged standing over a table. One of them very regal, very dressed in very functional looking combat armor. The other one with a very distinct copper polished pipe look with a lot of like gear or obvious gear work. And that one just kind of waves and goes, thank you for the other Warforged pinches the bridge of his non-existent nose. Like,
Victoria does that like head tilt thing.
you recognize this one, the other one on the left as Pauldron. I want someone who's been in the guild a little bit longer, who had also been selected to come along, but primarily because, well, he'll explain in a moment. Thank you all for coming down.
Oh, no prob, hon.
It's what we're here for.
Well, you're about to find out more about what you're here for, I'm afraid. I didn't ask to come sent along and whatnot, nor do I really think I need to, but most of you are, well, not entirely acquainted with guild policy, and not going to lie, more than a few of them are a little suspicious of some of your less, looks around at three of the group, less humanoid natures. I don't think it's necessary, but hey, I got business in the cradle anyway, so might as well knock out two birds. You're heading to a small, it kind of taps onto a screen on the top of a table, and this little arcane imagery starts projecting out of a crystal down there. So you're heading to a rather humble little seaside farming town called Battersea, primarily half-orc farmhands.
Azel kind of perks
what
up
are
at
the other
that.
half? What are the other half?
Parentage is what I mean. One parent was an orc, other it's a mixed marriage. Orcs are one of the few races that are very capable of crossbreeding with everyone else.
Now, Wilbert, fuck off. Azel kind of perks up when she hears the word orcs.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going down to check on a farm? Is that what's going on?
Something akin to it, yes. There was a certain issue there not long ago. About 5 days ago, a forest sprung up overnight nearby out of nowhere. An entire forest in what was just flat land. There aren't a lot of forests in the Cradle at all. It's almost all farmland. Flat and plain and very fertile.
Just growth.
Wait a second. What was that
Natural?
about? What was that about people being suspicious of the group?
And suspicious is not the word I used, the Warforged says. Some of the top brass of the guild just wanted to make sure of exactly how much supervision you might potentially need, since you're all inexperienced with this and haven't been here quite as long. Admittedly, they're not used to such, looks around again, distinct and anatomical layouts for some of you. Personally, I don't give a shit, but you can... Personally, I don't give a shit and think you're all fine, but think of this as, crossing T's and dotting I's.
Ryla looks down to Easel. She looks pretty human to me.
Halfling. You're going to... Racial inclusion is getting it right on all fronts.
What? Hey, she's short. That doesn't mean she's half a person, dude.
You really have a lot of it. Man, you're not very familiar with how this works yet, are you?
Hazel
Here-
kind of just reaches out and pats Ryla on the thigh. It's like, it's okay. That's just what they call my race. They're wrong and they don't ask us about it, but that's just what they call us.
One thing you'll get used to with humans is they write their own rules for a lot of things. And then just expect everyone to know those rules as soon as they meet them.
Ah, homebrew.
So like,
Victoria is side-eyeing Hazel a little bit.
cause then what? Well, cause then according to halflings, humans would be twicelings, and then like for us who are like not small, then the humans would be the halflings would be the quarterlings, and the dwarves would be the shortlings, and all that. Nah.
Well, if she's a halfling, then what does that make you? A baker's dozen?
I'd be a longling. Yeah, I'll go with that. Longling.
You are very good at coming up with names.
You are Snake.
Yeah, that's right, hon. June gives her a slight pat.
Victoria nods as if that makes sense.
You were actually one of the ones I was specifically told to keep an eye on, Victoria. Your origins are something that, in other cases, might raise eyebrows, given you practically look like a flesh golem. Some people might find that a little unsettling. I've been sent.
Aw.
I'm here to vouch for you a little bit, and kind of reaches in and tosses you one thing. When you're talking to people, most Dragonborn wear at least some semblance of clothing, so if that's your choice, but it might make things a little easier for you if you at least wear something. Just
She
this
catches
little-
it.
I had it sized appropriately for your anatomy. Now,
What is it?
it's just a shawl.
She'll put it on. Kind of awkwardly, like she doesn't really know how to put it on.
Hon, do you want some help with that?
No, Victoria good.
Oh, okay. Just remember, we'll always love you.
Oh. She gives June like the most confused look.
Anyhow, as I was saying, pertaining to the mission, you'll be going down and speaking with the druid in charge of the local area, one who primarily was in charge of overseeing crop health. Her name is Micah Greenfeast. She's apparently she was injured when she went into that forest. Something about it reaching out and attacking her when she normally had a command of nature.
The trees attacked her?
All she said is that it happened very fast, came from beneath her, and it was something long and sinuous and green. She assumes roots.
Snake?
Possible. We don't actually know.
Huh.
We've been told to go down, and they wanted to, in the half-orc's own words, muscle.
I mean, they're going to be getting plenty of that, right? Am I right? As June happily does funny, wacky hand gestures at Victoria and Ryla.
Ryla flexes, revealing her complete lack of bones.
Victoria tries to copy the motion, showing her significant having bones.
That is an abundance of organic matter you all have. So, once you land, seek out the druid, learn what you can from her, and from there figure out what you can do about dealing with this forest. It apparently is choking up some of their nearby fields, and the harvest season is approaching, and it's not very friendly. Apparently they tried picking fruit from one of the trees, and the fruit just kind of exploded.
Huh.
Fruit
Okay.
not supposed to explode?
Some
No,
do,
honey.
yes, but not in ways that harm people, unless you, are an idiot.
See, hun, generally fruit's fun because it's plant that wants to be eaten, which is neat. There's some weird fruits though, like tomatoes, that for some reason, like they got a survival instinct. So when you bite into them, it's like you bite into a water balloon of vomit for some reason. But whatever. They're delicious though once you get past the consistency.
Victoria, stick to meat.
Dragonborn are primarily carnivorous, yes. Clearing my non-existent throat.
Why
should
no
be-
throat?
Because I'm a machine.
Machine?
Yes, we talked about that the other day at lunch, which you ate, and I did not. Anyhow, we'll be landing soon. I've been told to follow you and observe you, but all frankness, to copy a colloquialism from one of the youths who revived me inside of that old citadel, you got this. Those finger guns. I've my own business in the area, and I will attend to that. And I will leave you to your own devices. I think all of you are absolutely capable of proving any doubts anyone on the higher-ups in the guild might have on your own, and I want you to prove that by rubbing it in their faces.
You got it, hun. We'll do lots of face rubbing.
See that you do. All right. So with that, you guys are dismissed. You will be landing in a moment. If there's any little interactions you wish to do before then, you may do so. I will not stop you.
So, Victoria, don't think I've ever said hi to you.
Hello. Me, Victoria.
I know, I just said that.
You looks up and down. Soft?
Ryla.
Ryla. She goes to offer her hand, but like she's holding it the entirely wrong.
Ryla takes it and shakes it.
Victoria watches the handshake, just like kind of fascinated.
Not bad. That's much better than the first time when you punched me.
And then, without warning, she takes her elbow and slams it onto a nearby barrel. Roll to arm wrestle.
Oh God.
While those two are arm wrestling, June is going to head back to the galley, to the mess, and she's just going to take all of the remaining cupcakes.
All right, you can do so. The dwarf raises a finger to protest at first about that, but then just decides not to.
Hey, hun, I'm just going to be taking these. Going to go on an adventure, sharing with everyone. Here you go. She leaves a cupcake for him, and then
Sure.
slithers off with the rest.
Aw,
Good.
all right.
Good.
Ryla, your arm is pushed down like jelly.
Oh God. Is it kind of splat?
Enough, there's a slight electrical tingle to making contact with this dragonborn skin.
She just nods approvingly at Victoria.
Why do this?
Some prefer competition of strength amongst each other, for fun or to compensate for insecurities. I believe you are the former, looking over at Ryla,
Little column A, little column B.
as are we all.
Victoria looks down at Easel. You prefer contest strength?
I prefer just saying hello.
Also valid.
Hello.
Hello, Victoria. My name is Easel. It's very nice to meet you.
Don't believe we've had the pleasure of working together yet. I look forward to that. I've heard you're very capable.
I've been told. Only been out of my village for about 5 months now, so we'll see.
Victoria been awake for 3
For 3 what, hun? June returns with a platter of cupcakes.
months.
Oh, little
Is-
How
baby.
much coffee did you drink?
Wordplay.
Coffee?
Like
Looks
wordplay.
to Poldron. What coffee?
June offers Victoria a cupcake. Yeah, go on. Go on.
It is pressed bean water people drink to give themselves excessive energy.
Oh, it's great. I love it when it's with like lots of cream, although not so much sugar.
Sound unhealthy.
It can be both for your finances and for your health. It's one of the many things I am very happy I do not require.
Victoria gingerly takes the cupcake and sniffs at it.
They're delicious, hon. You just put them in your face like this, and June eats like 4.
Victoria know how to eat.
Well, you
And then she eats it with the wrapper still on it.
Aldrin raises a finger and then puts it back down.
June
I
also
like that.
offers a cupcake to, God, I'm going to completely butcher this name again. Scatha, what's your character's name one more time?
Azel.
Azel. I don't know why my brain looks at that and just doesn't know how to pronounce it. Azel, want a cupcake?
I would appreciate one, thank you.
Here you go.
Ryla pops the cupcake into her mouth. Then, a moment with the wrapper still on, then a moment later, she puts the wrapper and it's folded into the shape of
Shape of what?
a swan.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
party trick.
Azel claps.
Victoria jumps back a little bit and like looks at the swan like it's some
Impressive flex.
You know, it's flex. It's a good flex, but it is the key, is the trick. She can make like little mouths inside of little hands inside of mouths because she's like a shapeshifter. So that's how she does it.
I have fought oozes before. I know how their in general talents are, but you have quite a bit more of a mind guiding you.
Oh yeah, we oozes are known for our
Known for your what?
skills in origami.
I believe you. Most of the one I met was not particularly organized, though. He just more of the shambling around, eating all organic matter in sight thing. Had he not endangered the lives of children, I would have referred him to you. You might have been able to teach him how to better his ways.
Aww.
Shambling around eating organic matter sounds like my kids when they were teenagers.
What do you mean when they were teenagers?
Okay, so still now. If I got to write to Dad, I hope they haven't eaten him or something.
We both know they wouldn't eat him. They would make weapons out of him.
That's true. That's true.
Is that better or worse than eating him?
I mean, I
Better.
think he helped. He helped them design like what he thinks he'd be good at, or being good at to be made with. So he was on board.
You'd be a mean bowgun.
What?
better. Weapon useful.
In a pragmatic sense, yes.
You machine. No
Not living, no. There technically is wood paneling. It just kind of peels off a little bit of a part of one of his gauntlets, and you can see very finely polished wood underneath. It's mahogany.
Oh, so nice. Got the mahogany in there.
Victoria?
Ryla.
Ryla points to a potted plant. That's a plant. It's
Yes.
organic. You and me and June and Easel, we're like more advanced versions of that. She points to the clock. He is more like an advanced version of that.
Oh no!
Just shrugs. That is not inaccurate.
Victoria. Like that, and she points at the clock.
No, you're like a plant.
You're something in between, honestly. You're like someone took a plant, put clock parts in it, and then mashed them together. Gnomes do those things. They did it to me just as they did to you.
Father gnome. Yes.
I could say the same.
Oh, the talk of her father, she does get kind of sad.
Oh, what's the matter, hon?
Has she shared that with anyone up to this point, or is that something
No.
she's... Yep.
Nobody knows about
You want to
except for
talk
people
about
from
it?
except for people from her village.
You want to talk about it, hon?
No. Victoria, wait for mission start.
Ryla pats
Okay.
Victoria on the shoulder.
We've all a right to our pasts, and we've all a right to our own answers. But know that if you should need to have someone to share, I think I might be very well qualified to do so. I have a bit of history dealing with gnomes and their shenaniganry myself.
Shenanigans.
Victoria, thank you.
All right. Okay, so as this conversation continues, gradually you do kind of start to feel the ship kind of lurch a little bit. And the more coppery Warforged that was just kind of sitting over in the corner just goes, oh, things will be landing soon. Just starts droning on again. Pauldron just once again just slumps his head a little bit, and I apologize.
I think he said we'll be landing soon.
Yes, he did.
Is it possible to get like new voice boxes for that guy? Like, is that a thing that's doable, or is that like?
It would be equivalent to pulling out your vocal cords and replacing them.
Ah,
Not entirely ethical.
okay.
I mean, organ transplants are a thing, aren't they?
In this world, it's more akin to metallic prosthetic limbs than anything that advanced. If you wish, though, they do give you iron lungs. I knew someone with those once. You love to brag about them.
I've actually breathed through my skin.
Well, I'm sure that would be quite handy. And also quite horrifying, depending on the context.
I'm sure you get used to it.
Anyways, so you all know what to do. Grab your gear, head out, find the druid. I've got my own business in the area to deal with. Till then, Aldrin just kind of walks off.
See ya.
Victoria just goes off to get her.
All right. So you guys get all what kit is yours, and if there's anything, you guys can keep talking if you wish. Seriously, do it as much as you like.
He's giving the DM time to think of what else he's gonna do.
Oh, I have plans. I just want to make sure you guys get your words in.
I'm good. All my stuff is floating around inside me.
June
Looks
slithers
at
off.
her confused again.
June slithers off to get her axe and various other things, including but not limited to some backup weapons and inexplicably also a fancy dress,
Aw.
just in case.
You never know, and you'll need to roll for diplomacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All right,
Azel is
so-
gone to go get her stuff. Basically, she just kind of left it slumped in a corner somewhere, so...
Mm-hmm.
Victoria grabs her weapons and just kind of puts them on her back.
Mm-hmm.
Ryla holds
Is
a hand.
carrying around her club,
Oh,
her maul.
Ryla holds a hand to her face, coughs up a comb, runs it through her dreadlock tentacles, smooths them down. They immediately pop back up.
All right. All of you properly dolled up and ready to hit the town. The airship comes to a landing out in the middle of a vast open green field. As you all step out, you are immediately greeted with friendly, fresh pastoral air. It smells lovely. There's a little bit of a scent of the ocean. The soil beneath your feet is very dark, clearly volcanic in origin, with lots of green grass growing. Congratulations, you have arrived on planet Iceland.
Is it warm or cold?
It's temperate. It's pretty warm, I'd say. Like a late spring day. Not quite summer heat yet, or humidity. Pretty strong breeze, too, which adds a nice chill.
Is anyone else cold?
Victoria
no.
is cold inside.
Aw.
No,
No.
not bad. Victoria inside change. Yesterday hot. Today cold.
I grew up in a desert, so
It's honestly pretty much exactly like home for me.
Oh, it feels nice, like being out in like nature, but not fully nature. Like there's still bathrooms and like bars around, occasional restaurant. It's nice.
You'll have to head to a city for that, I'm afraid. Pauldron says, stepping out behind you, garbed in slightly more combat-appropriate attire. He had a long cape before, which he has now ditched. We'll meet rendezvous back here at the ship when you're done. It will wait for you. I'll go off to deal with my own business. Good day.
Righto.
The town's that way, by the way. Points northward.
Good luck on your way.
You as well. And with that, he just kind of starts walking off out of earshot. So, the quest has begun. You have touched ground. What do you wish to do?
Easel, will you be able to keep up?
Yes, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Alrighty.
Oh, should we have asked if the locals are like uncomfortable by like large folks, or do you think that being half orcs are cool with things?
Growing up around orcs, I'm going to tell you that they aren't going to give a shit.
Okay.
Victoria Town have orc. Only one not scream.
Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. All right, shall we head off?
All right. Just be sure to let me know what you guys do wish to do, and I will flavor as you go.
I'm just gonna ask, just because Casey asked if I could keep up. What is all of your movement speeds?
30.
30.
30.
She has overtaken you, and she's going faster than you all are. Her movement speed is 35.
Oh my god.
All of you are moving at this nice brisk walking pace, just not in any hurry. It's a nice day. You want to take the weather in, and you all just kind of notice from your peripheral view from below this little halfling just slowly edging out ahead of you.
She's not hurrying either. She's just moving a lot faster than she thought she was.
Your tiny little feet aren't even moving that particularly quickly, which is the amazing part.
She took mobile as her feet.
How can someone with such small legs move so fast?
I just thought that was a really funny thing for you to ask.
No, that was a very worthwhile question.
Yes. Aesir magic?
Aesel just kind of tilts her head back and smiles a little. I think I might be a little bit magic, yes. And she keeps on going.
Ryla rears up onto her hind legs, leans forward, and turns into a Deinonychus. Keeps pace with her
Victoria actively jumps at that.
without making eye contact.
Oh, yeah, there she goes, being a dinosaur.
What?
Yeah, Ryla can like transform into things. Like it's why she's so soft. Is it lets her like malleify, like shape herself into different things. It's like she's made out of like putty or Play-Doh. Yeah.
Play-Doh?
Ryla's a little bit magic as well. It's just a
Okay,
different
so-
kind. Different kind of magic.
I felt really cool until you worded it that way, June.
Victoria also magic. She looks a little proud at that.
Victoria looks like she's got a lot of magic in her. And it looks all good to me. I don't know what the guild is worried about.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Because
Victoria
Azel
worried.
can actually see that, so...
Oh yeah, no, divine sense.
She is
Oh.
not worried
Oh.
about you at all.
What does divine
Well,
sense do?
Well, I'll put it in the chat so you can read it. But
Yes,
divine
go right ahead.
sense basically means that I can tell who is good and who is evil.
Aw.
And what
Yeah, but-
kind of good or evil?
Yeah, but she's she's a kid. People are afraid of letting a kid walk off into danger.
If only that was why they were worried.
I can still talk, by the way.
It's probably
So-
good.
Yeah.
Although when we
So
get to
what-
the town, you might not want to be a dinosaur.
Easel, there is never a time in my life when I don't want to be a dinosaur.
Orcs like to eat dinosaur.
Maybe not be dinosaur.
There'll be plenty of other opportunities to be dinosaur, hon.
I'm going to be a dinosaur.
Okay.
All right. As you guys, I assume you've been walking at a pretty brisk pace this whole time, or slithering in June's case.
Yep.
Trying to keep up with Azel and Ryla.
Yeah, you're noticing that the lead with those two is gradually starting to get bigger, and you're not even slowing down or like deliberately. You're actually walking a little bit faster now just to try and keep up. Must be that coffee you were told about. All right, so. With the amount of the distance you were walking, you start to see smoke in the distance, little faint trails of smoke up in the air. Nothing big or worrying, it's just signs of civilization. And as a few moments pass, you do start to see some nice little stone buildings approaching and a few farm workers, all of them half-orcs. Just kind of looks up and sees the very large, noticeable group coming. You see one of them just kind of point over towards someone in the village and raise their voice, and you just kind of faintly hear this rah, 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 rah in the distance.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Azel also no orc.
Half of my family is orcs, actually.
So, was that like a friendly rabba rabba rabba, or like an angry rabba rabba rabba?
Sounds like a curious, mostly. Not friendly yet, but also not about to come at us with axes.
Oh, that's always good.
As you guys start getting closer, I'm assuming, Hazel, that Orcish is one of your languages.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you're hearing what they're saying as you're getting closer into earshot. They recognize you guys. They assume that you're with the guild party. They did call for you. Then they also saw the giant fuck-off airship land not too far away, so... They're just letting the people in town know that you're coming, and a couple of them are running around, apparently getting a couple of things ready. As you guys approach into earshot, you just hear this, "Oi!" He's like, "Use with the guild and whatnot."
Azel responds in Orcish, "Oi! Yes, that's us!"
It's like, "Oh!" Santa looks down. It's like, "Nice to meet someone else who knows the proper tongue." It's
Been speaking it all my life.
like, "Clearly, you're as fluent as can be." The name's, name's Delmer. I am, the, sort of, well, I wouldn't really say mayor or elder or nothing, just, foreman, I guess is the right word. That is a hard word to translate into orc. Orcs don't. He starts speaking in common. Orcish is not a tongue that's known for a lot of words about organizing things.
See, that is true.
I make no presumptions.
Oh, don't worry about it. Neither do we. We're all welcome in this humble little town of Battered Sea. Assume you hear about the potential problem what's been brewing.
Yeah, we hear about the forest. You're having trouble seeing through the trees.
Oh, a little more than that. Guess you can come this way. We'll find Micah, see if you can speak with her, figure out what she knows. She hadn't told us much, just said to contact some professionals. Just kind of looks over at Rylonicus. Just,
Don't worry, she has decided to be a dinosaur, and she's going to be a dinosaur.
good, I was about to say, is there something wrong with your dog?
Oh,
Nah,
is she
she's
speaking in Orcish, or is he in common now?
This is common.
No, she's a friend. Today she just decided she's going to be a dinosaur. Other
Right.
times she's just a shark, and sometimes she's a crocodile.
She malleable.
Yeah, that's a fun word. Malleable. Interesting. Anyways, right this way and looks over at Rylonicus. Just, how sturdy are you to getting tackled?
Fairly sturdy.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Nothing to worry about then. Come on. He just turns and starts walking into the town.
That is, in fact, something to be worried about, Ryla.
And as he walks in, just, oi, Snots! The guild folks here, they brought a dog.
Oh no.
Oi, 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 oi. You just hear all these pubescent ois breaking out of different buildings, and you see a bunch of young orcs just kind of peeking out. Upon seeing a dinosaur, they freak out and all start charging towards you.
Oh my god, it's a bunch of little orcs.
Victoria sees the young ones absolutely baffled by what she sees. What those?
Well, Victoria, hun, those are little kids, little babies, and what happens when two big orcs, when they decide to get together and they share a bed and they have a romantic evening with some wine, maybe some cuddling, and then some other things that we'll talk about later.
Victoria is as wide-eyed as she can possibly be.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, the orc says.
And then they decide they're gonna make some more orcs and
Why
yeah.
build small?
Well, it's kind of like you know when you see a plant and you plant it in the ground and it starts small, but then it grows up to be a big, strong thing. Well, things work like that too.
Very nice. Okay, so as you're explaining this, I need Ryla to make a strength save.
It's in her character sheet that Victoria
17.
is unnerved
Okay.
by children.
Okay, yeah, you take it as it's less children coming up to play and more like junior varsity football. These orcs are coming in and they're coming in hard and they just absolutely kind of slam into you a little bit because as you quickly see looking over, there actually is a Deinonychus kind of fenced up and kind of with a little bandana around its neck and when you're one of the pens. You get the vibe looking over at some of the livestock, it's kind of a sheepdog for them.
Aww.
Oh, he's got a little bandana.
Oh, it's actually
Victoria.
kind of gentle for orc children.
Victoria
Oh.
standing.
They are like literally like standing, slaying, just absolutely all over, just hugging onto you as tight as they can, loading themselves down like dead weight.
Aww.
Ryla just leans into it, enjoying the attention.
You're getting a lot. It's like, oh, this one's like all slick. It's a little bit sticky. You just hear them all talking amongst themselves. Like, yeah, but look, it leaves my handprint if I slap it hard enough.
She buckles at that.
Shit.
Oi,
Oh my god.
come on, Gribbles, you gotta be more gentle than that with a dog. You hear one of them say to the other, it's like, oh, sorry. Tap. Just a slightly more gentle slap.
Yeah, be nice to her. Be nice. No slapping too hard.
Ryla's just half shutting her eyes the way a cat does when it's in bliss.
Victoria has both June and Azel in between her and the kids.
Standing as far away as possible.
She's tapping her sickle claws on the ground.
Alright, so as you guys continue down the street, it's not the biggest of towns. You can see the ocean right nearby down a slight cliffside with a little bit of basalt rock and whatnot. And you see a large tent that appears to have been woven almost like living wicker out of vines that was moved into the middle of the town. So Micah's recovering in there on a diet of, she says, quote, pure locally sourced good berries. Don't know what that means.
Ooh.
Apparently this forest really wrecked her up good. Don't know exactly how, but, well, we'll find out. You'll have to find out for yourself. She said your ears only, and, best of luck to you dealing with this. It's not a problem now, but if it keeps growing the way it does, we're not going to have much of a bumper crop.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get it sorted out for you.
Much appreciated. All right, Snots, let's leave them to their business. Shoo, shoo. All the little orcs just slowly, they don't really jump off so much as just gently slide down the slightly gelatinous texture, leaving, kind of bringing some slight orc-shaped divots and indentations into your skin for a moment as they get off. A couple of them, there's a little resistance, so it's kind of having to pull themselves off a little. It's like, my skin's all dry as they walk off.
Good snuts.
Oh, they were
Alright.
cute.
Ryla looks disappointed as they all leave.
Is Ryla okay?
She just nods at Victoria. See,
Alright.
Ryla loves kids.
You're in a good place for kids that love you. All right, so you enter into the druid's tent ahead, or if there's anything else you wish to do. You don't have to stick to the script if you don't want to.
Well, I'll head in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They did say that that she was hurt, so Azel's hoping that she might be able to help.
All right. As you all enter in, you are immediately greeted with, well, you've all been inside those shops that sell, like decide that it's a good idea to advertise that they sell incense by, like, lighting all of the different kinds of incense they have at once. You're pretty much smacked in the face with that immediately. It is like someone set fire to a tea shop inside of there.
Oh, it's like Nana's house.
Oh,
Yep.
God.
Strawberry alarm clock starts to play.
Smells like a musical festival in here.
It's literally like Nana's house. This is what Azel's orc grandma smells like all the time.
Aw.
And this is a very familiar smell to you as you enter in. It's, good, there you are. You just kind of see rising up from this just giant pile of blankets. You see, can't tell the race at first glance. The accent definitely has orcish in it, so Azel, you can tell immediately this is definitely at least an orc or half orc. You're not sure which at an immediate glance, because the whole body is covered in what appears to be some kind of silk shawls, robes, and there are goggles over where the eyes would be. Almost like biohazard pandemic style garb, only made out of plant matter.
Ooh.
So she stands at about 7 feet tall, so pretty sizable. Still a little short in all of you. The guild responded with exactly what I asked for. Look, giving each of you the up down. Getting a little bit of that X factor in there. Just kind of sits up, and you can visibly see her nursing one arm that she's kind of... Azel, you can, with your paladin background, having a little bit of knowledge of healing and whatnot, you can roll a medicine check with advantage here.
Okay.
11. All right. That's not enough to give you everything, but that's still a pretty good thing. The arm definitely, it looks very limp. Not like she's having trouble moving it in general. And the fabric covering that arm looks a little more loose than the fabric on the other. So,
I noticed your arm you're favoring it. Is there anything I can do for you?
no, I don't really think so, not unless you can deal with whatever this was. Got a little bit cocky for my own good. So you're all here, and hopefully you'll have better luck with it than I did operating on my own. I'd happily help you otherwise. I'm sure you want details. First things first, let me give you an idea of what you're dealing with. Just kind of reaches up and kind of rips off some of the plant fiber covering the arm, and you see this arm is atrophied down like nothing but bone.
Ooh.
Oh my God!
What
What
happened?
happened?
It's
The
necrotic
forest.
damage.
the forest happened. Not
Wait.
even exactly sure what did it, but it's not normal. I normally am quite competent at speaking to plants and fungal life forms. I was trained by Mike in it these days, down south. But there's something different about that one, and I don't recognize exactly what. But that forest appeared overnight. It is sizable. You could walk through it for an entire day and come out on the other side. Something like that appearing overnight takes a lot. I don't know exactly what it is, but based on my own intuition and knowledge, maybe Fae. I'm not entirely sure. In origins. All I know is I went in there to attempt to sort out what it was, if there was some sort of rogue Fae taking up residence, to tell it to maybe find a slightly more rural spot. It's a little too close to the farmlands here, and this town does kind of depend on its crops this time of year. But I was greeted with some kind of blindsiding attack that latched onto my arm, and in just a few seconds I was left with kind of lowers the sleeve on the other arm, and you can see a very muscularly defined arm beneath on the other side that is bright and vibrant green, whereas the other one looks like an old rotten avocado in texture.
Were they symmetrical before?
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm thinking it'll grow back. I'm just taking my time healing myself up a bit.
That's good. That's good. And not at all completely disconcerting.
Oh, believe you me, I know. If anything, I have friends to help me. Just kind of at first starts to reach to clap two hands together, but then kind of has to stop herself and snaps a finger instead, and you just kind of see what you thought was just an inconspicuous little stool over in the corner just suddenly sprout little legs and start walking. It is a very literal toadstool.
Oh.
Oh my
tiny-
god!
Little tiny myconid that's maybe like 1.5 feet tall. Walks along and brings her a glass of water. Just thank you. I'm all right in that regard. I feel a little ashamed of getting caught off guard so much, but I knew that guild help, getting in some professionals might help, and someone who might be able to strong-arm their way in a little bit, as well as some with magical abilities. You look like a pretty good fit for that.
Well, we will do our best to bring this to an end quickly, and hopefully without any,
Yes, I can tell you that whatever it is, there is Fey energy there, and I'm not exactly sure what. That doesn't necessarily mean good or bad.
Fae do what they want.
That they do.
Do
In this
you think-
case...
Sorry,
Go ahead,
you
dear.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you think like some Fae like got the wrong message about like a reforesty thing?
No, they made a pact with the gnomes a long time ago to leave this particular stretch of land so people could farm it. That was 500 years ago. Nobody's breached it since. They've all kept to it pretty well, except for the few Furbolg clans that decided that losing their home was grounds for taking up a life of piracy. But different story, different time. Definitely not them. I'd sense giant magic in them too if it were them. This is definitely Fae. I'll answer any potential questions you might have if I can recall them to the best of my ability, but if not, I'll just see to it that you all are as prepared as you can if you wish to go.
Now, when you entered the forest, you said that something blindsided you. Did you get any look at it at all?
I will roll for that to see just how good a look she might have gotten. 15, not bad. It came from below me. It was long and it was green and sinewy. Serpentine body plan, not entirely sure. It had already latched onto me and pulled me down to the ground, and I unfortunately hit my head on a rock.
Oh.
Didn't get a better look. Hard to tell, looking down at the little arm. All I know is when I woke up and came to, my arm was like this.
How long do you think you were out?
I went down early in the morning. Maybe noontime, so only an hour or two.
Yeesh.
How far into woods?
I walked for about 2 hours, maybe. Just walking around, attempting to call out using druid magic. Attempting to see if I could placate or engage in conversation. No luck.
So that was your first interaction with it at all. Was it attacking you from behind?
From below, technically.
Wow. Getting the drop on you.
It
When
was
you-
a blindsiding attack, yes.
Attacks from below, sucks the life out of part of your body. Sounds like a predator of some kind.
I mean, I've heard stories of predatory plants. The furbolgs raise them, but again, this doesn't feel like them. Different magic.
Hmm.
I'm actually at a complete loss about it otherwise. I wish I could be of more help, but I can provide you with this just in case. Kind of reaches in, pulls out 4 small vials. Just each one of these can cure at least moderate poisons, or toxins, or whatever sort of spore-based afflictions you all might encounter.
Thank you.
Much obliged. You're very welcome. I hope you don't have to use them.
Let's hope. Well, thank you for answering our questions.
No problem at all. I just wish I could be a bit more help. If you hadn't blindsided me so successfully, I'd go in there with you. As of right now, though, I kind of need both hands to do a lot of my tricks.
Hey, it's okay. We'll deal with it as best we can.
Much obliged. Now, the nature roll of an 8? Nah, this is a big question mark for you.
God damn.
Big question marks. And just for future reference, call out that you would like to make a roll before you do so.
June would like to make a nature roll.
Ooh.
That is fine.
I am completely untrained in nature, so I'm going to leave it
Okay.
No.
alone.
Can I
Once-
do a
Nope.
knowledge arcana roll?
It wouldn't apply in this case.
Okay.
You would get about the same results. So, yeah, this is all just a question mark. So, you guys have anything else you wish to do before departing? Any items you wish to attempt to find? There is a small shop or two out there in the town.
We should probably get some healing potions.
Yep.
Yeah, healing potions, maybe.
Oh, you need some of those. Hold on. You see the half-orc form in the back walk into another one of the huts nearby. Comes out with 4. Can I just come out with... Let's roll for it, actually. Okay. He does come out with 5 of them. Say, I don't know exactly how good they are, but or even what they all are, if they're all the same or whatnot, but we've had these sitting around for an emergency, and this seems appropriate.
Azel declines her potions and gives them to the rest of them.
Take the potion. Be safe.
You don't have to worry about me. I will be fine.
June takes a couple of potions just to have them.
Ryla takes 1.
As does
Alright.
Victoria.
Alright, that leaves with... That's 4, technically.
Ryla takes 2. She has a D8 health.
Yep. Alright, very good. So, with those chosen, that's all we've got in town, I'm afraid. Healing potions usually something you gotta buy rather than make. But best of luck to you. Hopefully you can resolve this without any unnecessary violence. And if it does come down to necessary violence, well, just kind of claps his fist in his hand. Crump him good.
Azel
You-
replies in Orcish, I know how to crump.
Oh, I could tell. Just point a finger gun at you in a this guy kind of way.
She does it back.
We'll do our best.
Alright. So, forest is that way, a little northeast, probably about half an hour's walk. Trust me, you'll see it. You will see it very quickly. Alright, so you guys head that way. If there's anything else you wish to do or say or anything amongst yourselves as you go, once again, feel free to.
Should we check the shop to see if there's anything useful?
If you wish to.
If you want to stop in the shop, please do, Victoria.
Victoria shop.
All right. Upon entering
She starts
inside,
to walk in one direction, stops. Where shop?
that way. The orc foreman points. You might want to duck. You're a little tall even for us. You might hit your head on the door frame.
You hear a thunk.
Boom. Just like that. All right. Wow. Good thing for you. We know how to build them sturdy. All right. Inside, you see a pretty humble little trader stand. Not much there, really. Most of what you're seeing is food, trading goods, maybe a few farming tools. There's like a couple of simple weapons that have been assembled together. If you wish to inquire or ask about anything specific, the half-orc shopkeep is just kind of sitting there, just at first thinking, did you just damage my building? Looking at this massive, very unusual dragonborn, but then choosing to keep that to herself. Can I help you with anything?
Weapon cut forest.
You mean like an axe or something? I mean, we've got a few. There really aren't that many trees out here, so let me see.
Maybe a machete.
Most of what we got out here is cutting wheat and crops and whatnot, so that's mostly like sickles and the like. But let me see if I got something in the back. Traders come in swapping off old weapons and kit all the time when they do pass through. Just kind of steps into the back.
June also enters the store realizing that Victoria might need some help shopping.
Yes, you guys let the Frankenstein try and shop.
A Frankenstein barbarian.
Yeah.
Hey, hon, how's shopping going?
Victoria looked for weapon to cut trees.
Refresh my memory. What is Victoria's weapon?
She's maul? She has a maul, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And javelins and little hand axes.
Yep. Well, just kind of walks out. Do have this old thing. Can't really say much for what it does. Just kind of puts one kind of very woodsman hatchet kind of looking thing down. Just not exactly. It's pretty sturdy. We've had it in here for a few years, and weirdly enough, it's not rusted or decayed at all.
Huh. No rust or decay at all?
No, it's been here, 6 years? Never needed it. No trees around here.
Oh, wow.
Victoria picks it up and carefully swings it around a little bit.
At first, there's a bit of a from the shopkeep, but they calm down when they see that you clearly have the strength and heft, but you're also showing a bit of restraint. Okay. Don't even really know what to charge for this.
Victoria trade?
Trading and bartering definitely works. What do you have?
She pulls out her relatively nicer looking hand axe.
Just kind of hands it over. This is useful enough. Could definitely use it for something. Maybe. I'm never gonna get rid of that thing any other way. 5 gold pieces and the hand axe, and it's yours.
Did we have money starting this?
You had your starting finances, yes.
Hey, don't worry, I'll cover it. And June pays the 5 gold pieces.
All right, very good.
There
You
you
are
go,
such a
hon.
mom. It's great.
Great!
Hey, can I see that axe for a second, hon?
He hands it over.
June is probably the worst person to get a look at this, but she's learned from Dag that normally weapons need maintenance, and it's a little weird that this thing has been just sitting in a back shelf and seems borderline pristine. So she's going to make a God, I don't even know what would be the right thing. I guess an investigation check.
You can roll investigation, absolutely.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster. She got 5.
Oh,
I'm going to roll an investigation check too. Ryla's going to sniff it.
17. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay, how to describe exactly what you smell here?
Put it in your mouth, see what happens.
Yeah, lick
Violet
it.
does so.
Lick it. That's how
Well,
you-
I guess it is magically delicious.
Ah,
I had a feeling it was magical, but I didn't know if I should waste a detect magic on it.
I have detect magic too, so
Yep,
So,
with that, you determine
how's
that it
it
is
taste?
definitely arcane.
Tastes like Warforged.
Oh, okay.
You do not know what it does, but you know it is a magical weapon of some kind.
Okay. Well, we'll have smokes. Well, we'll have smokes. We'll have folks who are probably smarter than us take a look at this later. Okay.
Azel
Victoria,
hears.
here you go.
Azel hears that it tastes like magic, and she's going to give the shopkeeper 10 more gold because she doesn't think that was a fair trade for a magical weapon.
Thank you. Sure.
Victoria sees her putting gold down and kind of assumes that there's supposed to more go there, so she grabs her other hand axe, puts that on the counter too.
No, hon. It's okay. You don't need to give the other axe to.
We already agreed to the trade. It's fine. This is a bit more something we could actually use than that old thing.
Small one, give. Big one, give. Victoria, give.
Fuck off, Raven.
Yeah, you played more of a paladin than I do. Mine just thinks money's stupid and doesn't bother using it at all. All right, so you have a battle axe. Exactly what it does and what it is, you'll have to use it to find out since you don't have an identify spell to burn, but you can add that to your inventory.
Cool.
All right, so with that shop, there's not much else of there of note, really. The way is a bladed weapons honestly look more qualified for cutting stalks of corn off and wheat shafts and all that. Not really anything for cutting into flesh.
Well, probably trees in this instance.
Yeah, in this instance. So, if that's all the shopping you wish to do, you may head the way towards the store. Anything else you'd like to do first?
No, I'm good if everybody else is.
Yep.
Well,
me go.
out of character, I need to briefly turn on some lights, so I'll be right back.
Sure thing. You guys could take a break, go get a snack or a bathroom break if you wish.
I would like to bathroom break, so I will be back.
Yes, go bathroom.
I will bathroom.
I heard that. This is a fun group so far.
Yeah. Okay, I have an explorer's pack, but it doesn't say any gold or anything I have.
What was your background?
My background. It's one that. Let me read it off.
And now I'm back.
Because your background usually says how much gold you start with.
Born of Magic.
Does it say anything about gold's starting down towards the bottom of like what it comes with?
I'll have to look, Google it real quick because I have it in my sheet.
Okay.
Oh god, there's so many A's.
Gotta say, like loving the Linda Belcher vibe.
Yeah. She's
Yep.
such a mom.
I had to, before we got started, I had to get into character a little bit, and I had to just think of Bob's Burgers episodes.
No, that is very, very valid. I really love the voice and attitude. It's very nice to have a mom friend that isn't Callie for once. She's
How's-
almost always party mom friend, so it's
Yeah,
nice.
she is.
But you have strong-armed and completely cemented that for yourself already.
I'm back.
We were just talking about the fact that Blake has taken mom friend from you for this.
That's fine.
I now have a zebra cake.
Very nice.
Somebody else has to occasionally, like, do the mom stuff when Kali isn't around, I guess.
Okay, Raven found the Board of Magic. I have no idea where he found it.
Yeah, it's fine. You're not really going to be shopping much from where we're going anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you're going, you won't need coin purses.
You have no less than 2 mom figures and at least a big sister who are more than willing to pay for things.
Hazel mostly paid for it because it's like, oh, that's a magical weapon. That's not a fair trade.
Yeah, that's fair.
But she wasn't going to force any of you to cough up any more money. Paladin.
Paladin. Alright, so we're all back, so we may move along. It is not a, thankfully, very long walk before, yes, you do see the forest ahead of you, and they were not kidding. It definitely does not look native to the region.
Oh,
It
it
is
just kind of
all-
shows up out of nowhere.
It's big, it's tangled, and it almost looks more like just a collection of strangler figs than it does a collection of proper trees.
Ooh, so it's like
Very, very
huge
bright.
vines and stuff.
Yeah, it looks very old and aged in that.
That definitely eats people.
Not
Hmm.
normal.
So,
Looming closer, you feel a slight change in the air pressure. Everything suddenly just gets slightly more chilled and breezy, and weirdly enough, as you get really close, it gets still. The air just completely comes down to a slow halt, and it starts getting slightly warmer.
Mm.
You start smelling a little bit of wafting out from it as kind of a peat moss smell.
hmm.
You can barely see past the 2 layers of trees before just getting lost in a tangle of brambles. There's thorns, there's various ferns. It is a absolute mishmash of fauna types.
Can you walk into it?
There is a pathway that leads in between a couple of trees. You assume that is kind of lined with mushrooms. You're assuming that's where the
That's where the druid went through.
Makes sense.
in case that wasn't obvious. Pretty good at dealing with rogue plants.
Okay, so I guess we should retrace his steps and just try not to be jumped by weird small green things.
Maybe we shouldn't go on the path. That's just what the forest is expecting us to do.
I mean, Ryla, not all of us can like make ourselves a little bit smaller to fit through things, and I don't feel like exactly pushing down a whole bunch of old growth forest for hours.
Victoria hefts up the axe. Victoria.
It's true.
There
How
we go.
about maybe half of us go on the path, and then the other half, like, just barely within sight, is not on the path?
And I don't like the idea of splitting the group.
Okay.
Eat skin. Power numbers.
Hazel, what do you think?
Hazel's kind of staring at the forest. She's trying to see through it And she's also looking at the mushroom path.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to go faster if we go on the path. It's also less aggressive. Whatever is in here didn't attack the druid until she was well in it. And then she was left laying in the middle of the path for hours without further incidents. If there's a way to resolve this peacefully, we should take it. So we should take the path.
Victoria nods.
Sounds good to me.
All right, if that is the choice you all agree on.
Violet changes back to normal, by the way.
Yeah, anybody
Alright,
else
very
can
good.
come up with a different idea, but that's Azel's opinion.
You guys are free to deliberate amongst yourselves, form an opinion collectively. You can compromise, whatever you want to do. You have time.
I like the path idea.
Yeah, because she was safe in there up until a point, so.
Alright, but one of us should cover the rear.
Yep, I will need a marching order if you guys are going in, for sure.
Victoria front.
Okay, making a note of that.
Oh no.
Don't worry, it's my job to be vague and cryptically threatening.
It's the GM.
Oh yeah, word of magic, you don't get any money. So Victoria had no money.
Oh, you get, yeah, you get a little bag of gemstones and shit. That's actually, that's actually kind of the more economically viable option.
June, can you sense vibrations in the ground, or is that something your designers forgot too?
Well, let me check. Ba, 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 ba. Let
I
me
can
get. Let me get.
I can
thing
just have
out.
you roll a perception check.
You know what? Yeah, no, they didn't seem to include that in there. But I'm just gonna try to, perception it. So June making a perception roll.
14.
I love
nice.
the image of June actually checking.
Flips out her class notebook and
What's funny is that if checking for it, you're literally doing a vibe check.
fucking damn it.
You saved
And-
that one.
No, that just came to me just now. That is your dad joke for the evening. You are all welcome.
I'm sure there's more coming.
Yeah, but I got my quota done, so I'm good. I'm not going to be trying as hard. All right, so with a 14, which is a pretty good roll for level 3. At this point, you don't really feel anything. The air is just very still, not a lot going on. You don't sense anything moving with your snake-like appendages managing to get a feel for the movements of the earth. It feels quiet. I mean, this was just empty farmland a few days ago, and the forest grew up. The druid didn't mention anything about any wildlife in there.
Not really getting anything, which I suppose, not sure if that makes sense or not, but it's like not even really feeling any like woodland creatures, like squirrels or anything. So I'm not sure if that's good or bad, or if that's to be expected considering this forest is like a few days old.
Well,
So-
it's like my mom used to say, no shrews is good news.
That is true.
I don't entirely get it.
I can only assume it's because shrews are nasty. Just nasty little things.
A shrew folk walking up offering to help you guys runs away crying and doing the crying Bolin face.
Oh no!
Jesus.
Not even noticing the poor shrew folk. Great. No taste good.
They're all skin and bones.
Crunchy.
I guess June will take up the rear. By virtue of the fact that anyone behind her would be several feet behind the rest of the party.
That is fair. All right, so it's up to the rest of you to decide how you want to position the middle.
I'll go behind Victoria.
All right. There
Ryan
is
will
all
cover the side.
right. You just gonna walk alongside them, or are you gonna like try like stealthing into shrubbery or whatnot?
Walk alongside.
Very good. Just asking for reasons. All right. As you step into the threshold, the bright, cloudless blue sky just slowly fading away under large, very twisted, gnarled leaves. The air just continues to be still. It gets very, very quiet almost immediately. You can't hear the sound of the ocean. It's just pretty much as soon as you enter into it.
Hmm.
You notice that there's moss on the ground where there was just normal soil. It just almost, in sci-fi terms, this would be like terraforming levels of shit. But this is fantasy, so it's something else.
Earth shaping.
Yep.
Keep an eye out for roach people.
You joke, but I have stats for those.
God.
All right, so you enter in. Just how quickly a walking pace are you guys doing? Just
Fairly
basically how
quick.
moving pretty quick on your end. Okay. All right then. Let's roll a group perception check. All of you roll as you enter in.
Perception.
Oh man, my perception's bad.
Oh boy.
Not bad though. Okay, we had one pretty good score. This is a group check, so all of your scores impact the total result. Okay. Man, a low perception party. That is fun. It's fun for me anyway. So, 15. So, as you are walking along, most of you are just. It's kind of hard to not relax a little bit in these woods. It's just so still and serene. You don't hear any birds or insects. Just not even wind. And it's weird. At first, your guard is up really high, but over time, you just kind of the complete absence of any stimuli to activate those parts of your brains. You
Jim,
start just
have
Yeah.
I ever told you that traveling with you is just it's so good for my nerves.
Aww.
Oh,
Oh, I like traveling with you too, hon.
can I do a thing?
what would you like to do?
I'd like to cast Detect Lingering Magic.
Okay.
It works like Detect Magic.
Mm-hmm. Can you select that or at least read it out for me?
Yeah, at 3rd level, your body reacts to the presence of magic. You can cast the Detect Magic spell without using a spell slot or opponents. Constitution is your spellcasting ability for this spell. You faintly glow a color corresponding to the school of magic you decide. You detect. You choose the color.
All right, cool. Let me see here. Well, if you're doing detect magic, the place kind of lights up a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I knocked off the headphones. What happened?
That's fine. Saying the forest kind of lights up a little bit as you activate that ability, and you do glow a strong green. You're not detecting a school of magic so much, but it is definitely fey. Your body starts to smell minty.
Whoa, Victoria, yeah, you're glowing, and not like the like having a baby kind of glowing, like you're literally glowing.
She looks like Juniper confused again.
I'm just imagining you're doing Patrick Warburton's character from B Movie's face.
Yes.
What?
What? Victoria sense magic.
Oh.
What kind of magic?
You said Fae, right?
It is just fey magic, not really a school, yes.
Fae.
Oh, fairies.
Can I roll a perception?
You may roll another perception if you wish.
God damn it.
Oh. 6. All right.
I can't
Well,
get
I mean-
advantage with Detect Magic on.
You're not perception's more just general awareness
Yeah.
of your surroundings.
That's fair.
So, I mean, an 11 wouldn't have gotten you that different a result. So, just kind of just getting a sense of it, just opening up your senses, just trying to figure out if there's anything around you unusual. It's just that the magic is everywhere in the forest as far as you can feel.
Mm,
None of it is moving. It's just kind of there.
Oh.
And you detect nothing.
mm. Strange place.
Well, that definitely lines up with what the druid said, that this isn't actually a natural forest.
She think no fae.
I thought she said that she thought there was Fae.
Yeah, she said it was Fey, that it wasn't Furbolgs, because that's kind of a Fey giant magic mix.
Right.
For lore drop purposes, that you all at least would know from those of you who at least are from this world originally, that there are some very infamous Furbolg pirates that are not exactly friends of the establishment.
God, that must be a confusing pirate ship. None of them names.
I think that's part of how effective it is. No one can tell what ship it is because they don't loudly proclaim themselves. I'm just saying,
Can you
Blackbeard
really
would have. I'm
Can
just
you
saying,
really
Blackbeard
be a pirate without showmanship, though?
depends on how effective you want to be. I mean, if Blackbeard wasn't calling himself Blackbeard, no one would know who he was. You wouldn't have an image for yourself, but you'd get much better results.
But what's the
Fair.
point?
Some people, I guess, just don't like being centers of attention for some reason. But hey, whatever.
All right.
Shall we continue on?
Alrighty, yeah. Yep. You just continue your trek. The pathway is pretty strong, the little mushroom lining. Your detect magic does basically end at their line and is replaced with more of the druidic kind of magic, which is similar but not exactly the same. Eventually, you do start to get to a point where the mushrooms begin to thin out a little bit. After about, I'd say, an hour and a half of walking. So it's been like a nice nature hike up to this point.
This,
Soon. Place.
Hmm.
this must be where our druid friend got to before she was,
Yep, you can roll a perception check for me if you wish.
okay.
Oh, that's
And we'll also roll a
God damn
Not
it.
bad. Not bad, not bad. Got a couple higher rolls here.
perception. Oh my god.
2 nat 20s on the other side. That's great. Roll 20, you're in a taunting mood tonight. I love it.
Yeah.
Earlier when I was testing rolls, I got 2 nat 1s on both sides.
Oof.
Yeah, it was
Alright.
nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll 20, you are making it very clear how you're going to be. Good. Feed them that salt. Okay, so
Casey Honey.
as you, yeah. All right, so Azel and Ryla, you both notice a spot of dirt on the ground next to a rock with dried blood.
I smell blood. And I also see blood.
Where?
Over there.
Oh god, how did I miss that? That was obvious.
Victoria's standing like right next to it, so she's looking around.
All right, so yeah, you all see it now. You assume that is where the druid concussed herself.
Hmm.
So you were
It's
near
an
this.
active
Well,
Sorry.
say again.
It's like an actual hole.
No, not an immediate view on the path. No,
Ryla looks over to the blood and licks it.
it's blood. It's very dry.
Does it taste like orc?
I mean, what does orc taste like?
I mean, she's a hemophage. She knows orc blood.
So describe it for me.
Kind of porcine. You know, like the juices you get from a fresh pork chop.
So basically like human then.
Yeah, but a little more bite to it, you know. A little smoky, actually.
It's like the difference between long pork and boar.
Yeah.
All right.
June's stomach inexplicably starts to growl a bit. Ugh. Thanks.
All right. All right. So
Hazel's just like, what the fuck?
Victoria's also confused with that.
Yep, that's orc, all right.
orc blood. Yep, you can confirm it with that. You are definitely at the point where the orc druid got to before getting knocked out. Which means you are at the ambushing point. But as of right now, all there is just that faint line of mushrooms coming to an end and a good amount of tall grass before we get to, like, in between you and the tree lines on either side.
Everyone, brace yourself. I'm gonna try something.
Go
What are you gonna
ahead.
try, hon?
Boy, it sure would be awkward if we were to be ambushed right now.
Roll a deception check. Oh.
Fuck you, roll 20, damn.
If you had said that more convincingly, I think the kid would have picked up on it.
Victoria looks at Ryla. Yes, would be awkward.
Wow, what do I even do for this? Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, I'm just gonna roll a D100 here just to see exactly what sort of outcome we're looking at. Because it's a very awkward nat 1.
So,
Okay.
Yes, very awkward.
So you stand there for a little while. Nothing happens for a bit. It's almost like it got quieter somehow. as though the forest felt like you were calling it on its bullshit and it didn't want to do it. It almost feels like it's actively trying not to ambush you now. You can almost faintly see a little bush slowly edging behind a tree, just one little frame of animation sliding behind it. For a split moment, there's that. And nothing. No ambush comes from that nat 1. Which is good, or I guess, I don't know. I'm at a complete loss.
the path. So,
It is-
like, it eventually just dies away, and it's more just like extremely thick forest.
It at first just kind of starts to peter out. As the mushrooms get more spaced out, you see like grass and shit starting to grow up in it a little bit, and then it just starts getting more overgrown. Comes to a complete end about 30, 40 feet ahead of you. And then there's just tree line beyond that. And just tall grass on both sides, stretching a little ways before we get to that. Into the trees, and what the heck? Why don't I just take us to a map?
Hey.
Ooh, a map.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
All right, you guys are standing right around in here.
Ooh.
You can all increase your size and dimensions up to 4 squares apiece.
Except for me.
Except for you, because you are small. You can, if you don't know how to, you just go to your character sheet under Journal on the top right, and you can drag yourself in there. Yep.
Ooh. Journal. Drag character sheet.
Just hover over your name on the bar and just drag her over. Yep.
Oh.
Yep, and if you select it, you can drag and drop yourself up to be one size bigger.
Eh.
Wait, how do I make it big?
You select it and drag out the corner. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you real quick.
Yeah, we're not allowed to make them bigger ourselves.
That's just me. Okay, that's a DM thing.
Mhm.
Noted. All right, easy enough. I will increase the sizes of those of you whom it is important. All right, and Badoop. All right, so this is the rock in question where you saw the blood. It just kind of tapers off into overgrowth over here. So this is the end of that path.
Oh, yeah. There, move this around. There we go.
Yep, you can move around as you wish.
Okay, so
I like to think both of us over here are just kind of staring at Ryla right now after that proclamation.
Just waiting to see if something happens.
It's like, does that actually work? No.
I kind of hoped it would.
It's a good try, Ryla, but I guess the forest just doesn't want to cooperate.
Kind of made it feel like it had to do it, and then it just wouldn't feel it anymore.
Victoria goes towards where the blood is and like digs around in the ground a little bit.
Okay, you dig around in the ground. Good to know. All right. As you start digging, you notice something interesting. You get down a little bit deeper, your hand just kind of breaks through and then to just basically nothing. You've expected to dig out more dirt, but there's just a hole there now. You stick your hand and kind of move around in there. You don't know how deep it goes.
Victoria found hole?
on hole.
Hazel comes a little closer. She goes, like,
June serpents her way around.
All right, yep, you all see just at the bottom of the little bit of earth that she just moved, there is pretty much just a hole there. It's a little smaller than the rest of the earth around it, but it is very noticeable. You can't see any light coming out of it.
Can Ryla extend one of her eyes on eye stalks and stick it down in the hole?
Okay, you may do so. As you do, it is a little tunnel. Very smooth and very cylindrical in shape, and it kind of just winds off, very quickly turning in another direction.
Yep, that's the tunnel, all right.
Which way go?
It goes in two directions.
So, okay, there's a tunnel down there.
How
It's not-
smooth is it?
It definitely looks like it was carved out by one singular tubular shape. It's fairly smooth, and it's probably like maybe 3.5 feet across. Not the biggest tunnel, just doesn't getting a lot of light because it's fairly deep down.
could walk in there. The
Yeah.
biggest tunnel.
I was gonna say,
Victoria looks at Hazel.
I was gonna say,
Ryla turns into a gecko and nods towards Easel.
I don't
I
know
take
if
it
it's the best idea to go down there.
I take it it's small in there. June
Yeah.
tries to look inside of the hole. Oh yeah, that's small in there.
Victoria digs up a little more.
Yep, it is just more tunnel.
Hazel, hun, you have a torch?
I do, actually. I have several. She lights one and she hands it to June.
I was gonna say, I think you're gonna need this for checking out inside the hole.
I'm not going in the freaking tunnel.
I mean, I don't want to send Ryla down there by herself, and if Victoria and I literally can't fit in there.
So, Victoria, I hate to tell you this, but I just got a nat 20 attack roll.
Oh shit!
Oh dear.
As you continue kind of bulldozing and tearing up the earth around it, rather recklessly. Well, suffice to say, as you do so, you kind of reach down with your hand at one point. You don't feel anything at first. But as you raise your arm up out of it, your arm is, well, up to about halfway up the elbow is this bad boy.
Oh my god!
Oh,
You
that's
see-
a Grick.
Yep. See a large, it's hard to describe from this particular angle, but it is serpentine, probably about the exact width of the tunnels described, and it has 4 tentacle-like appendages wrapped around your arm, and it is biting into you, and with a nat 20 roll, that's actually pretty bad. So,
It's a
let's
sharp,
see.
squid-like beak.
You can't see the beak in this particular moment, but yes, it is currently too busy burying itself into reanimated dragonborn flesh. So, Victoria, that is, with the beak attack, that is 11 points of piercing damage done to you, as this thing is just gnawing its way into your arm.
Ugh.
But on the flip side, you do notice it. And you think you have an idea of, and you think you know how to attack the druid now.
Initiative?
Okay, Christ.
You may roll initiative.
Alright, yeah. Do I not to get it? Ow.
Oh my god!
Aye. Very nice. Okay. Boop, and there's music.
Let me click on myself,
Oh.
see if I actually roll this time. There we go.
Did my roll go through?
It's, yeah, our roll's not going through for you guys.
No, I see yours.
I see yours. Yours showed up in the turn order, actually.
But I clicked like 3 times.
Sometimes there's a delay. I don't know
Yeah.
why, but at the same time, Roll20 has more people using it than it's like ever had before.
Whoa, boy!
It's chunking.
Oh,
There it goes.
all of Victoria's rolls just came in.
Yeah, we're still gonna go by the first one though. I will manually add you guys in. Don't worry about
I
it.
got a 4.
Okay, let's get back to that. Back to object tokens. There we go. Okay.
Right. Well, before initiative starts, I'm actually going to use my reaction to do this.
Oh, your channel divinity, eh?
It takes that 11 damage back in radiant.
If it makes a save. So it has to make a wisdom save, which is very interesting because Grix actually have a pretty decent wisdom score. All right. That's a 9. It definitely didn't save that. Okay, so Grix takes 11 damage as it's just kind of latching on and nomming away at you, and you're just kind of looking down at it like, why happened? The paladins, if there's any, yeah?
I was gonna say, I think you forgot to include me in the turn order.
Oh, I know. I'm about to add you. I just got caught up in what Scatha
okay.
did.
My bad.
I know. You're going first, all likelihood, because you got a nat 20. Unless this Grick rolls really, really high. Which is a 12 plus its stuff, so it has a 14, so it goes next to last in the order.
The only flavor is that Azel's eyes actually kind of light up from behind, and she lets out a kind of a primal growl when it happens.
Ooh.
Like she's
getting
channeling,
orky.
she's channeling the orc god. Remember?
Yes, she is. All right. So yeah, you wog that thing a little bit. It has been thoroughly crumped.
This music's cool.
It is.
Yeah, I love it.
Battle track.
Yeah, I didn't have time to download all the ones I have for Mistmarch into this, but I looked for a few of them. I will try to find some more for this later for anyone else who wishes to DM. I have looked through every piece of music Roll20 has available for free download, and some of them are actually pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good battle track anyway. So
Especially for like the foresty area.
That's what I
Yeah.
use it for. All right, so 11. That is not half bad. Okay. So you have hurt this Grick pretty good. And it just kind of rides down onto the ground, just making this weird little burbling sound at you.
What stopped?
it'll restart again.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I have it on a loop. So, with that, Juniper, it is your turn.
June reacts with a, "Oh my god!" And she takes a swing at it with her great axe.
All right, you move up to it and hit it with the great axe. Very good.
Go.
Roll to hit.
And
Ooh.
That definitely hits, yeah.
Damn.
Now the high rolls come.
Yeah.
Good, good. Okay, very much noted.
It's time to crump. Now we have to hit it.
Not bad. That's a decent hit. So you managed to take your swing down at your axe. This thing's serpentine body is definitely sturdier than you expected as you kind of sink the axe blade in, kind of at the base where the squid beak meets the snake-like body, and it connects. There's definitely blood. It rides and kind of gargles at you a little bit, tentacles flapping, but no, doesn't seem terribly injured by that, but that was still a hit. Damage is damage. So very good. Is there anything else you wish to do, or is that it?
no, that's it.
All right,
Because the other
cool.
thing that I was thinking of, I think, counts as an attack.
What were you
Yeah.
thinking, just in case?
Possibly constricting it.
Yeah, that does count for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're not level 5 yet, so second attacks aren't quite available for most
Oh,
of you, barring monks. So that brings us to, well, hold on. Ryla and Azel, what are both of your respective dex modifiers?
4.
3.
All right, cool. So that would mean Ryla first, just like it says. Very good.
She
Punch.
attempts to bite it.
All right, you can move over and attempt to bite the Grick. Does not hit, unfortunately. You move in and just kind of spread those big teeth, attempt to just kind of engulf it, and it just kind of slinks out of the way, somehow matrix dodging you a little bit, which is amazing considering this thing does not have eyes.
And she only gets her second attack if the first one hits, so that's the turn.
Aw. Oh well. Azel, it is now your turn.
Azel is, she doesn't really want to hurt it if she doesn't have to. So she's gonna try something else.
Redemption Paladin, that makes sense. Ah. Well, let's see what happens here. Let me calculate it out. Oh, yeah, that's right, because that attack was magical. Yeah. That actually works.
Hey!
It just kind of lurches back, hissing at you, just... just kind of falls over on its side. It is a sleepy bye.
Okay, she's going to restrain it with the rope from her pack.
I mean, how are you going to do that? I'm curious how you're going to
I'm going to
restrain.
lash all its tentacles together, and then like roll it up into a ball and tie it around that way, so it looks like a basketball.
All right, cool.
So Victoria's staring daggers at this thing. She's
All
kind
right.
of hefting her axe still.
All right, that is very interesting. You have successfully put this Grick to sleep. Is that your turn?
That is it.
All right, excellent. Well, now it's the enemy's turn. So this Grick is asleep. There's not much it can do as of right now. Fortunately, though, he brought a friend.
Oh my god!
Another Grick just kind of launches up out of the ground like a missile, right, unfortunately, towards Victoria again.
Oh no!
Ah, dirt dragons.
You were the one that was tearing up the earth the most. They are targeting you. Oh no, that is a 21 to hit you.
Oh, that
Oh,
hits.
dear.
Oh.
Okay, so that is its tentacles as it lashes onto you. It does... that is 8 points of slashing damage.
Ugh.
And now its second attack.
Oh.
That is a 13. I don't think that hits you.
It does not. It does not hit me.
Oh, thank goodness for that, because as it lashes on with the tentacles around you, you see the beak coming out. Just reaching right towards you, and you just kind of plant your other hand just firmly around the base of the neck, just yank it off in a no, none of that kind of way.
No, none of that. Shame on you.
Deal points of shame damage. All right, so
Oh, that's
with
interesting.
that, we are now at Victoria's turn.
Alright,
You've taken a few hits.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over here.
All right, you are.
Are they within like 30 feet of me?
It's right next to you, and by
No,
you
the
walking
others.
that.
The rest of the party?
No, they are right next to you, like
What
5
about
or 10 feet or so.
Ah,
You'd have to move a little bit into the overgrowth itself to trigger that. Anything like that.
I want them to be out of range. Just in case.
You're in a pretty confined space, so
Yeah.
not every technique works well in every scenario.
Yeah. Alright. She's gonna get up to it and hit it with her new axe, two-handed.
Very good. Two-handed with an 18 to hit. That definitely hits. 9 slashing damage to this new second Grick. Alright, that's a pretty decent number there, and it is magical. Nice. Okay, we are back up the round. It is your turn, June. A second Grick has just popped in.
Oh dear. Okay. Alright, that one's asleep. So, okay, let's go after this one. And, June's gonna swing at it with her great axe. Leave Victoria alone!
Alright, that definitely hits.
And now for damage.
6 points. Not bad at all. Once the same damage roll as last time. Alright. Once again, you hit it in much the same way. You strike the exact same spot. It's very well done. And it definitely still takes the hit. It did not enjoy it either. Alright. That's all you're doing. Then, Ryla, it's your turn.
Ryla's going to drop down and quickly shift into a giant spider, point her abdomen at it, and attempt to hit it with the web attack, which I don't have an attack for, so I'm just going to have to roll that plus 5.
Ah,
Wow. 20.
Nat 20. Nice.
Okay, the Grick is now restrained. On its turn, it can make a DC 12 strength check to escape.
Alright, very good. You just morph down into an arachnid form and spray out all that spooter juice that you can. And it does the trick pretty quickly. This thing is stuck to the ground and it's just wriggling and writhing, just gargling like crazy trying to break free, but it is not. It cannot. Now it is your turn, Hazel. Both Gricks are restrained now.
Both of them are restrained. What would she do in this situation? Probably doesn't want to try to put this one to sleep. Don't think that would work. She's just gonna restrain it more.
Double restraint.
She's gonna do the same roll up into a ball thing that she did with the other Grick.
Oh yeah, this one's also sticky.
Yeah.
Alright, it's gonna have an even harder time getting out. Alright. And with that, both Gricks are pretty restrained. You've double restrained it where it is going to have a very hard time breaking out. After a few moments, you can just kind of see the fight just kind of go out of it a little bit, and it, in its own little animal brain, kind of accepts its fate a little bit and just goes limp and still. And with that, combat is ended. Both Gricks have been
Ouch!
Aw.
Hazel goes immediately up to Victoria and uses some lay on hands to give her, like, how many points you down? You're down a lot of points.
Yeah, a lot of points. I have 41 health. I'm down to 28.
I'll give you 5 points because I don't have
Thank you.
a lot of my pool right now. So
She took 11 initially and then a second attack.
Yep.
Thankfully,
33.
June has a spare healing potion, and she gives one to Victoria. Here you go, hon. Drink up.
What will I give?
because you got attacked by worms.
She got attacked by worms.
Not a Herculean leap of logic, sweetie.
She starts to like eat the bottle, but catches herself. And
Yeah,
then
you just-
stop.
Yep. You pour it in, roll 2d4 for me.
Alrighty. Up. D. Roll.
Nice. Okay, so you get 11 points back.
Oh, awesome! I'm back up to full.
Very good. Yeah, it definitely does the trick. You can feel almost some of your stitching is actually somehow coming back together a little bit
Ooh.
as you
That's-
drink into it. These things tore into you. These were like Humboldt squid arms. They had little teeth in the suckers,
Ooh.
so it was hurting you pretty bad.
Also,
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Hazel.
You're welcome. S-
So, digging in the ground ain't the best idea. Should we just try to push forward more into where the path would go? Because I'm not seeing any other idea where to go.
I guess so.
Okay.
Ryla pops back to normal, and since she didn't take any damage either, the shape
You cut out.
Ryla turns back to normal, and since she had full HP at both those times, she still has all her shapeshifts.
Very good. All right.
Before Azel follows the rest of them, she just kind of goes up to the still awake, restrained Grick and pats it on the tentacle and says, "We meant you no harm. You can go on your way once we're leaving. I'm sure you can get out of that. Behave yourself."
Oh,
Aw.
Oh,
You settle down now, kids. There's the
So-
mom. There's the other mom friend.
Yep.
can I like do an investigation check on the one that bit me?
Why are you trying to investigate?
Just to see if there's anything off about it. Like, why it's
de-
here.
detect magic lasts for an hour, so I can tell you you're not getting any magic vibes off of either of them. They are normal species.
She has the strongest urge to kick it as she walks by, but she sees
Yeah.
Hazel being nice, so she doesn't.
If
But
anyone
she is
wants,
strongly considering it.
if anyone wants to attempt to deduce or have their character deduce what these creatures are doing in this forest, you can roll a knowledge nature.
Alrighty. Knowledge nature. I am 16.
I'm absolute
Not
garbage at that, but I will try.
Victoria lived in the woods for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fuck you too, Hazel.
No, I'm not good at that.
This kind of makes sense given Ryla's origins. This would be requiring a bit more having lived on this side of the pond longer knowledge. So, for those of you who rolled higher, Gricks are an Underdark species. No, it did. Yours is first.
Oh, I see now.
So you, the two higher rolls, you know that Gricks are an Underdark species, and that in this continent, the Underdark kind of got exposed to the open air. You're assuming these might just be local predators that got confused and lost in the undergrowth. A lot of Underdark creatures on this continent can occasionally pop up in the surface and cause various shenanigans. Sometimes it works out. There's actually a Umber Hulk lumberjack colony further up the way.
Oh my god.
I'm an umberjack and I'm okay. I burst through walls and I sleep all day.
Now that she kind of realizes what it is, the one that bit her, she actually walks up to and pats it a little bit.
It is asleep, so
And she walks to the other one that she actually... And she's going to play a tune on her little ocarina.
alright. You play music. It does not react all that terribly much. It just kind of wriggles at first a little and then just gets still. It doesn't have any eyes, so it's kind of
Wait.
hard to get a read on anything beyond body language.
Wait, we're forgetting something. Riley goes back to the Grick, the one that's asleep. scoops it up and then stuffs it back into the hole.
All right.
And then
Alright.
takes the one she webbed up and stuffs it in with it.
All right. You have returned them to their natural habitat whenever they wake up and get out of whatever they're in.
They're big sacks of helpless meat sitting on the ground. Something's going to come along.
I mean, nothing's in the forest, like, at all, except maybe them.
I don't want to take any chances.
That's fair.
Azel goes up to Ryla and kind of pats her on her shoulder and smiles up at her approvingly, like, yeah, that was a good idea.
Victoria's looking at the bite wounds, which are gone by now, but
Yeah.
does she feel any kind of draining while biting her?
No.
Not them. She shows off her, healed arm, but she's making a point.
There can be faint little. I mean, there's like little. You have scales, but weirdly enough, there are kind of almost little hickey marks in some of the softer bits. Those aren't wounds. They wouldn't heal the same way.
Jeez.
God damn it.
Oh.
Bite different. No drain.
Yeah, you still got most of your arm.
So, June's gonna be trying to push away through the path, like where it goes into the forest.
All right. Yeah. Absolutely. Roll in athletics for me, just to kind of determine how fast clearing the undergrowth goes. And how exactly are you? 9.
Jesus.
Okay. It's a little rough. This is very new, very springy undergrowth. Anything you try to push aside just kind of immediately snaps back up into your face. Anything you cut starts growing back pretty fast. But you are slowly managing to push through by that. If anyone wishes to help, they may do so.
Athletics?
Athletics, yeah.
Alrighty.
You'll get advantage, actually, Victoria, for something I will reveal.
Alrighty. 18.
Yep. All right. As you swing down with when you pull out that new hatchet and swing into it, it cuts deep, and nothing grows back when you hit it.
She admires her new axe.
It's like the forester's friend, only if Forrester wasn't into forests and instead cutting them down. Lumberjack, that's the word.
Why Jack Lumber?
Well,
Victoria pats her new axe. Call you Shelley.
well,
Very good. All right. So you managed to proceed all through the undergrowth. It feels like an old forest in many ways. It is just brambly, uncomfortable, lots of roots and obstructions. But you all managed to push through. No other predators seem to attack. Nothing seems interested. Eventually, after about an hour and a half of that with the athletics rolls, you suddenly find yourself on the other end of one thing and in an open clearing.
wait, like we've gone completely through the forest, or like we're in a clearing in the forest?
It is a clearing in the forest. There are trees. It's like this expanse that suddenly opens up, and you can see trees just in this one little bit of open air. It looks very much like similar to the farmland outside, just a little bit more verdant. Grass everywhere. It's a little bit taller. I don't have a map for this one, so you guys just whatever you wish to do as you suddenly come upon this clearing.
We'll use our imaginations.
Yeah.
This is theater of the mind, yes. Dude.
Do.
Okay, so
Any change in the magic? Or is that worn off by now?
You've walked for more than an hour, so that's gone now.
June's gonna look around, see if there's like anything she can just spy. I suppose she's gonna rear up a little bit, start to
Alright.
get more of a view.
The grass is pretty
So-
tall, so that's a wise move. Roll a perception check for me. Just you for now.
Righto. Oh, jeez.
No, this is actually kind of perfect. As you kind of roll along through the tall grass, you slithering along, just suddenly there's this slight sudden indentation into the ground that if you had normal legs, you would have tripped into.
Oh.
And looking down, you see a very large footprint. Three long pointed toes and one long toe in the back.
Oh.
What find?
There's a footprint in here, you guys. Like a dragony footprint. With, like, the toes in the front and then the toe in the back.
I'm gonna roll nature to try and identify.
You can roll. 16, not bad. It's not a natural footprint. It is made to resemble like a bird's foot, but it is too even and too rigid. It is not a natural bird's foot.
Ooh.
It resembles a bird, but something's off about it. It's too perfect.
I mean, it's also... How big did you say it was?
Probably like... Thank you, Raven. So it's probably around 12 feet wide in diameter from one end to the other.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's also 12 feet wide. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Should we follow it? See where it goes?
If it's... I mean, this thing's gotta be bigger than a Devil Joe.
I don't mean like in 12 foot from one end of the indentation to the other. I mean like the diameter of the footprint from one toe tip to the other as a whole. So reduce the size just slightly.
So it would be like the size of Azel if she laid down in it.
A little bigger than you if you laid down.
Victoria actually looks from the hole to Azel, like doing some mental, not math, because she doesn't know what math is, but
You're having some hangover equations moments.
yeah.
Alright, so what do you guys wish to do in this clearing? There's not much else in the way of recognizable features with the tall grass.
Is there anything noticeable around the edges of the clearing, or is it just...
It just pushed down trampled grass that appears to have torn earth. The funny thing is that there's no grass growing in the footprint itself at all.
Ooh.
It's just very vacant earth, and everything is growing right up to the edge of it, which is why it was so hard to spot.
I saw a creature like this once, a long time ago. Locals called it Lakakanya.
It's a Lakakanya.
Lakakanya?
What's Lakakanya?
I don't know.
Okay.
I finally saw it. Took a while to see it, though, and when I did, it was, really disappointingly stupid looking.
Oh. Okay, so...
Lakakanya's the giant claw.
Oh, I know. I was just waiting
Yeah.
to see what you were going to do with that. All right, so you follow the tracks or continue looking around. It's a pretty big clearing. You never know what you'll find. You'll just have to wade through tall grass, and there are wild Pokemon in the tall grass, so be careful. There's no Professor Oak to save you here.
Victoria's gonna walk around the tall grass.
All right. So, you may roll a perception check for me as you do so. Whatever everyone else is doing. I will warn you, though, if you go too far, it becomes very evident that you will not be able to see the party after going a few feet.
No, not too far. I got a 10.
Yep, a 10 actually isn't as bad as you think in this instance. You just kind of wander around. You find a couple of stray farming tools. You're not sure exactly what it is. It appears that this was probably a field once that they were tilling near the Orc Town, but it has been overgrown pretty thoroughly. You just actually see a few remnants of a wooden fence, but they're kind of, kind of like at the end of Mononoke when the forest god made Lady Eboshi's gun start growing like sprigs and leaves on it. Similar to that.
Can I, like, is it loose wood now, or is it stuck to the ground? Can I,
It
like,
is pretty firmly rooted in now.
Can I yank it up?
You could try. You can roll an athletics for me. 13. Unfortunately, not quite enough for the rooting. You yank on it, it is anchored down in there good. You assume there's probably roots in the ground now.
How about the tools? Same thing?
No, the tools are fine. They're metal.
Alright, she's gonna pick one up.
Yep.
Look at Strux in the party as to be safe. And then just chuck it into the woods as hard as she can.
All right. I won't make you roll an athletics for that. You just yeet this hoe into the ground.
Yeet the hoe!
Yeet the hoe.
All right. You throw it as hard as you can out into the woods, and you just hear sounds of brush crackling and snapping and nothing else. It's all quiet instantly.
Let's, okay. June's going to try to, use her coils to flatten some of the grass to kind of look around a bit more and also keep an eye on the rest of the party.
All right. Increasing visibility and making a pretty sick-ass crop circle.
Ryla's gonna hop onto her shoulders and stretch her neck up. Try and get
Okay.
a better view.
Now we're seeing something. Okay, as you stretch your neck up above the tall grass, you see a giant diagonal house, just kind of about 150 feet away, just leaning and tilting up at the edge of the tree line.
Ooh, that doesn't look safe.
What do you see?
A house, but it's really tilted.
Oh. Okay.
Ground... Eat house?
Yeah, how exactly is it tilted? Is it like about to fall over?
Victoria's gonna tap Azel's shoulder.
It is just leaning over to the side. You can't see the foundations of it from the height you're at. You'd have to get closer.
Up?
Does it look like one of those like cartoon slanty houses from like cartoons or something?
No, it looks like a perfectly stable structure on its own right. Just kind of this nice little log woodland cottage, but it looks like someone picked the foundation up and tilted it 30 degrees.
Ooh,
Oh.
There might be someone in there. Maybe we should check it out.
Okay. You tell me which direction to go. Azel, Victoria, this way.
Ryla steers
Okay.
Juniper.
I follow Juniper because it's pretty easy to do.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
You leave a pretty wide berth.
Oh shit, I know where this is.
I'm just glad it took some people a moment.
Oh,
All right. So as you approach, the first thing you immediately notice as you enter into the clearing, as the grass slowly starts to dive down, is that this house is on coiled up stilt legs, like giant chicken feet.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
Before we go into the house, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Yes, go ahead.
Make it.
Ow.
TT, you're a bit. VV, you're a bitch. By the way.
Yes. Yes, I am.
It's just, which flavor of this character are we going to get is the question.
Well, it may not be this character that you're thinking of. It might be somebody else. All frankness, you guys couldn't handle a night hag right now.
No.
All I can imagine now is like June's weight accidentally really playing into the plot because like the house tries to stand up. It's just like, oh my god, what the hell?
Okay, back.
All right, excellent. Wait for Nora, and then we will continue.
The house is like, what the fuck? It's like a 1.5 ton snake. It's just like, oh my god. It's like someone trying to pick up like a, like they go over, they're like expecting to just pick up a traffic cone, but it's like a traffic cone, but inside is just solid lead.
Guys,
Okay, I'm in.
Yes.
guys, I actually have to pick up Shannon. Can we take a real quick break?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Actually, then I'll snack them.
Yeah, snack
Yeah,
whatever
I'm
you need to do.
Alrighty.
God damn it, Evie.
Take care,
I love
Casey.
it.
Drive safe.
You enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
Yep.
How is
Super dumb.
Victoria doing? Like, is she annoying?
No.
All of
No,
you.
not
oh,
even remote, not even remotely.
Okay. Oh, Vicky, oh no. Don't call her that. She will be absolutely confused.
Hey,
Not
Vicky.
Vicky.
So
Victoria.
sicky. Just the thought of being around you makes me so sicky.
Don't you dare associate that song.
Vicky, you're so fine. You're so
Oh,
fine.
no.
You're on my mind.
No, not Vicky. Victoria. Victoria was going to try and pick Azel up onto her shoulder, seeing Ryla and Juniper do it.
Mhm. It is very tall grass. You guys might encounter some like wild radicates or something.
I'm sure it won't be a Pikachu that we'll never see here again.
No, of course not. You're nowhere near Palatown, and Professor Oak didn't stop you.
I like to imagine that, like, if folks were a little more, like, rambunctious, like, instead of just following June, like, they'd ride on her back.
You guys have the option.
I'm a little too big for that.
Only marginally.
I'm 800 pounds. All
That would
legs
be a
are
l-
pressed onto one spot.
That's true.
I was about to hop on your tail.
Oh,
Aw.
she comes from a rambunctious family of mostly orcs and some halflings. She's rambunctious.
Mhm.
I'm
I
curious.
was gonna say, like, June's average coils are probably thicker than you are.
Probably.
Yeah. Damn. Oh well. It was worth a shot.
Abby.
Snack.
Abby, do. Abby, what are you doing? Abby. What are you doing? You're fucking weird, kitty. She's found a washcloth somewhere and she's flopping around with it.
Aw.
Weirdo.
Cats pick the funniest things to fixate on.
You are weird, kitty.
You'll get your chance, Raven.
Abby, what are you doing with that? Weirdo. It's a good
So
mix.
far, yes. It's been a very interesting thing, yeah. Good dynamics.
Okay, I'm back.
Excellence.
He posted an Abby video.
She's over
What
there
she's doing.
wiggling with a washcloth. It's weird.
She likes the way it feels.
I don't even know where she found that. Did you drag that in here just to be weird? Huh?
Cats have done weirder.
Just
That
to
or
be
she
weird?
got it from another. She may have gotten it from another reality or from another room. One or the other.
Are you kicking me? Are you kicking me? Because I'm touching your belly. You kicking me? Kicking me. I gave her a haircut the other day. She looks stupid.
Hey, she's healthy though. Whoop.
Ever since I gave it to her, though, she's been full of piss and vinegar. Little weirdo.
She's had a lot of energy. It was like bolting all over the place.
You're very strange, kitty.
I am adult. I am eating whipped cream.
Let me see here.
This is a fun first session, by the way, VV.
It is,
Good.
yeah.
I'm glad. Tried to make sure to emphasize the simplicity here, that you guys can still just have fun and go and do what you want. Got a couple different ways this can go. And I have a feeling I know which way you guys are going to go.
Well, we can hope it goes, without us having to murder the shit out of somebody, but
She tried to murder the shit out of a druid. Theoretically.
But like I did point out though that the druid was left unconscious in the forest for like hours afterwards
True.
and was not touched further. So Azel is at least hesitant about just killing anything that they come across.
Mm-hmm.
But that's part of being a redemption paladin too. So
There's a reason why a lot of more murder hobo-y parties look at it with, like, rolled eyes.
it's because you're fucking wusses and can't handle it.
Yeah, that's just playing D&D on hard mode.
How are we supposed to get EXP if we don't murder everything?
Oh, you didn't know? It's only milestone now.
I don't think I've ever played in a DMD game where we actually kept track of experience points.
Good, because that's dumb.
Even my first game, where our DM, like the guy who played D&D, like first edition purist kind of deal, even he was just like, "No, I'm not going to keep track of experience points."
It's way too much work, and it's dumb.
The only time it's worth keeping track of experience points is if you have a computer to do it for you in video game.
Exactly.
Video games take care of that. That's the thing.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about it because it does it for you. Wouldn't be fun if you had to do it.
They do the mathy bits.
And then if you're just like playing for experience points to level up, then it's not really role playing. It's just here's the DM. He's throwing a bunch of things at you. Go kill them.
Mhm.
Here, go continue your goblin genocide or whatever. I don't care.
Becomes God. Is the recording still going, Kali?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going.
Okay, so good. This gives me an opportunity for my words to be recorded and my thoughts on this subject. This is part of why I'm so happy I finally really quit Destiny. Because Destiny has the grind problem of we want to keep incentivizing people to play, but we don't really know how without breaking our own game. So what they've started to do now we have 3 recordings of this. We have 3, examples. The pattern is set. The way Bungie realized that they can solve this problem is by essentially resetting, for all practical purposes, resetting everyone's character every 3 months and then just making them do the same thing over and over again.
Here, you may have gun, but I
Yeah.
have gun. This better gun. But I like my gun. Too bad. You have new gun.
You know what? It's not even here's better gun, because now Bungie has also faced this problem. For a while, the incentive was here's better gun, but now they've made so many better guns before that were so good that they just invalidated things that didn't even exist yet. That now they've put an expiration date on stuff you can get for all practical purposes. So eventually, at a certain point, weapons and armor and just various things that you get cease to be functional because you can't level them up anymore. So, like, a rifle that you get now, its maximum power that it can achieve is like 1,000. Well, if the next season comes along and now the next highest possible level power that a weapon can achieve is 1,200, the one that you have right now, they'll set it so that it can never go that high ever. It'll forever be locked at 1,000. So, like, you could kind of compensate by just being good or using other things, but as the game goes along, that difference compounds more and more, and it's their way of making soft expiration dates for things.
That is really, really scummy. Not gonna lie.
Which I wouldn't. It's one of those instances of, okay, that wouldn't be that. It'd be frustrating, but okay. We understand functionally why you have to do this, because there are people who still, like, months after they were a thing, are still, like, even a year and a half later, they're still using, like, the same 4 or 5 weapons and just not even bothering with all the new stuff that Bungie's trying to put in. But the new stuff that they're putting in is so boring. Like, it's not even interesting. Like, I'll play for fashion stuff, and it's the most generic-y, like, futurist aesthetic weapons you can think of. Like, the new season's weapon aesthetic is vaguely angular. That's about it. Like, and it's not like they have interesting perks or behaviors or anything. It's just, it's a lamer version of something we already have had for 2 years. And so it's like, you're not even playing for interesting stuff, or the stuff that you are playing isn't itself that interesting. Like, the activities that you use to get the things aren't that fun. And there's, like, you could even say, like, okay, you could role play for stuff, but there's no role play option because there's no other way to interact with the game except, like, through the sights of a rifle, sort of deal. So it's like, I would totally just play Destiny. Like, the world is kind of neat. It potentially has some interesting characters. I like that the canon Guardian behaviors, like the canon player character behaviors, are just the weird, random, dumb lulz player shit, which creates a funny dichotomy of, like, these weird golem knight undead monstrosities who are working for a side of good, who are normally incredibly stoic and don't talk much and are elite warriors, but they also think it's just fun to dance in the middle of a puddle in a field. Like, that could be fun to roleplay as, but you literally can't. So, it's just, like, before it was a means to an end of, like, okay, you play the game to get stuff, but now you're invalidating the stuff as the game goes on, and we're trying to replace it with less interesting stuff.
Sounds like they're giving up on trying to court new players and just deciding to cater to old guard more.
Here's the thing, like, apparently, from what I've heard, new players have more stuff to do, and there's more content for them proportionally than for the old guard. Like, players who've been playing since day one, there's literally no reason to play. That's why I stopped playing. There's no reason for me to play, because not only is the new stuff, like, lukewarm to me at best, but I can't collect anymore unless I delete things that I already have and care about because they have a hard cap on the number of items you can hold in general. Like, it's not like Monster Hunter that mostly expands its item box as you acquire things, or at least has such a high item box that it's very hard to fill it out. In Destiny, I have 500, like, item slots. That includes, like, consumables, weapons, armor pieces, miscellaneous things, crafting items. I have 500 slots to share between 3 different characters. It sounds like a lot, but when you're encouraged to play a collectathon game between 3 different characters for years at a time, that runs out fast. So
Yes.
I literally can't play the game anymore unless I want to delete things that I care about. So like, hey, that armor set that I spent 147 hours trying to acquire, so that it has good stats and neat rolls for things, and like I got it looking nice with different shaders and everything. If I want to get anything else, I would have to delete that. Hey, that weapon that you spent 40 hours playing the same activity over and over again, that you finally got, with perks that are good and not terrible, if you want to get anything else, you're going to have to delete that. By the way, we have a vault, like a vault system, like an archive where you can bring things back, but you can't bring things back that have random perks on it. So you got to hold on to that. Yeah, it's amazing. Bungie managed to introduce a really neat idea in theory. At the same time, it was immediately invalidated. The archive system, like, yeah, oh hey, do you have an armor piece or a weapon that you're not really using but you want to be able to have anyway? You can go ahead and delete it and then bring it back. Oh, but it doesn't apply to any of the new things where that actually matters anymore.
Jesus.
It was obsolete the moment it came out.
That's just not very conscious design right there.
It's
Not intelligent at all.
and now we're at this weird impasse with Destiny, where a good portion of the player base, like really hardcore, like this is a living for these people, YouTubers and Twitch streamers, an activity that they were hoping would come back for years at a time called Trials of Osiris, a multiplayer activity where it's essentially high-level competitive stuff. Like if there was Arch-Tempered Elder Dragon equivalent multiplayer, that would be it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because the game is free to play and available through Steam, no offense to Steam, there is a massive cheating problem because they didn't build the game for an anti-cheat system in mind, because it was originally built for consoles, and it's very hard to cheat on consoles. You essentially need to custom build an imitation version of a console that can accept mods and cheats on it for you to be able to cheat. You don't have that problem on a computer. So the game has no anti-cheat system. And the loot system, loot table for how it works, is ideally the more you advance, the better loot that you get. But the more you advance, the more high level or like high tier players that you would encounter. But there's a flaw. Players discovered very quickly that because of how the loot system works, you don't need to go that far. You just need to get 3 wins, reset your card, so to speak, like your win tally, like how the game keeps track of how many times you won or competed. Reset that, play 3 times, reset, play 3 times, and you will get more stuff that way than trying to actually play the game as intended. Which has led to the top tier competitive players thoroughly trashing casual players who just want to play, and artificially killing its own player base less than 3 weeks after it launched.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn.
Well,
So
a lot of combat systems that are actually pleasing. I have to admit, going further into the Final Fantasy VII remake, I have just continuously been impressed with that. I just thought the Hell House is an enemy in this. It is a boss fight. It is amazing.
They brought back the house.
They brought back the Hell House. It is so bullshit, and I love it.
but,
That was always the weirdest fucking enemy.
Oh, just part of that weird impasse of Destiny now at this point.
Mm.
There are rumors now that create a major conflict for people who try to want to legitimately play the game. There's rumors that there's going to be a fourth major expansion for the game in the coming fall that will do for the game what other major expansions have done, in that they completely change the game, add an entire different loot pool, entire different armor system, and maybe even new mechanics entirely, which some folks are excited for, like, it's fairly rightfully. But then that brings back the old problem of, so then what's the point of playing anything now, because it's going to be invalidated by the fall? Which is compounded by more rumors of a third Destiny game being made and slated for 2021, which only further add to that problem of what's the point when in 2 years from now, everything that we've worked for is going to be all for naught, like even more, like on a completely different game that the community would be moving on from.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's not like, and I hate saying it, it's not even like a Call of Duty situation where you can get all of the stuff in a Call of Duty game. Yes, thank you, Green Sun. It's not like a Call of Duty game where you get all of the stuff fairly quickly, so there's low investment. Like, you can play this 5 or 6 hour campaign, play multiplayer for a bit, and then just move on. Destiny requires so much time and investment in trying to just make the best possible build for yourself that you can, just trying to compensate for RNG and everything, that when the game asks you to just move on, it feels more like a slap in the face. Like, and this is where I need to differentiate. It's not like Monster Hunter, where, yeah, you do have to leave your low rank stuff behind, and then, you know, you get your high rank stuff, and then eventually you have to leave your high rank stuff behind because of like, master rank or something. That takes some investment, but there's a clear, succinct, and distinct path to getting stuff. Like, you hunt these monsters, you get these things. You could conceivably get you could get all of the Deviljho stuff in a day, if you really want. If you focused on, you could get all the Deviljho stuff in a day. If I want to get a particular gun in Destiny that's behind an activity, I have to play that activity, which is like anywhere from a 5 to 7 hour investment, and then I have to get lucky and hope that it drops. There were some people who professionally played Destiny for a living, like they played it 6 times, like 6 days a week, for like 9 hours a day, trying to get one particular thing, and they would spend like 4 months and just not get it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
That sounds like a job.
It literally is a job for some people. That's why I had to stop playing, because it becomes a job.
That is
It's like
antithetical to me.
It's the worst kind of job. It's the job that you have to pay to continue to be a part of. It's a nightmare.
It's gross.
So yeah, D&D, kids. for the children potentially watching this or listening to it.
No, my channel is like not for children. I'm not
Yep.
putting up with that shit.
For young adults who may be listening to this, sometimes it's just not worth bothering with long-form looter shooters. That anything that says it has a season pass or like seasons, I would say just don't do it.
Sometimes AAA games are worse.
Sometimes, a lot of the time. No, they're way worse.
Sometimes game developers aren't honest with you.
I never thought I would pine for the day of just DLC.
I am back.
Just flat out DLC.
Welcome back. Alright. Let me
Alright.
see. Yeah.
Diatribe done.
I hope it felt good to get it out of your system.
Well, now it's been recorded, so it's going to be out there for the internet to enjoy.
Enjoyed a several minute long rant about Destiny's loot system being garbage.
The
Wait,
fundamental
it can't hurt you anymore.
the fundamental flaw that is how Destiny loot works.
Is everyone here?
Believe
We're
so.
here.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
good. We are good to go once again if everyone is ready.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So, as we left off, you were in the clearing and you just found this giant house on bird legs, just kind of tilted down. The interesting thing is that the front door, the front porch, and everything is kind of buried into the dirt a little bit. Like, kind of has moved some of the earth, almost like it came to a slower, more gradual stop.
Is the door closed?
All right, Easel. Like we practiced, we gotta disguise ourselves as children.
When did we practice this?
Last week, remember?
No.
We thought we were gonna we thought we were gonna end up taking the sewer clown mission, but that went to those other nerds.
Gotta watch out for those sewer. Yeah, you're lucky you didn't take the sewer clown job. No one wants the sewer clown jobs.
Should I
Victoria walks forward.
should,
All right.
should we like knock on the door?
Victoria's already going.
Right, you are approaching the house, just
Yeah.
laying absolutely still. As you exit out of the grass, you notice that the footprints are now more akin to drag marks that just kind of keep going on. And the front of the house, the front porch, is kind of buried like a shovel, a good 10 feet into the dirt.
Hmm.
So the door is kind of at a weird angle. You'd probably have to like duck down to actually approach it. There are windows along the sides of it.
Did this thing crash?
Did it
Victoria points to
trip?
the others.
Did the house trip?
I think it just got tired.
Victoria points to the others. Stay. No see.
You stay. I go. No following. Death
Oh.
flag. Let's do it.
Victoria monster.
Oh, okay, hon. We'll stay
Victoria?
out of sight.
Victoria?
Hmm.
I understand but I'm not letting you go alone.
No. You watch.
What are you going to do?
Knock. Is polite.
Victoria,
I mean, she's got good manners. That's nice.
You watch. Bad happen. You come.
I will do you one better, Victoria. Ryla drops down, shrinks into a gecko, crawls up, and hides in her shawl.
Aw.
Well, that's a good idea. All right, go ahead and knock. Easel and I will we'll be out of sight.
Easel, you ready your child disguise?
I have no idea what the hell she's talking about.
She li- She likes non sequiturs. You get used to it.
Victoria's gonna go up to the front door and knock
You kind of
on
have
the
to
door.
duck down underneath the front porch roof, just kind of angling in, slightly inching forward. You arrive at the door, you knock, no sound, no response.
Does the knocking make sound or no?
It makes a sound, yeah,
Okay.
you knock, just no sound, no responses at all from the other side of the door. The
Okay.
house is just completely still, just kind of partially collapsed into it. It kind of looks like as it was walking, the house just kind of tipped over and fell into the dirt a little and just hasn't moved since.
Alright, Victoria's going to take another use of lingering magic.
Okay. Activating it, you still feel the vibe from the forest. The house does not give off a magical vibe.
Nothing inside of it?
Nope, nothing. You,
Nothing magic inside. Looks into one of the windows.
looking in. Alright, the window is a little musty and a little bit covered in grime, so you'll have to roll an investigation check for me.
Ready? Oops.
Oh, that's a death. Oh, I was kidding about the death flag thing.
Oh, come
It's
on.
because I threw an Iron Giant quote.
All right. She's bad at that. That is a good roll, Victoria.
That is a very good roll for a -1. Okay, yeah. You look in. It's kind of a little bit hard to see, but then just, oh yeah, breathe a little and just kind of wipe it off with your shawl and look inside. It looked like a pretty quaint little home. There's a nice little kitchen, little living space, and a good-sized cauldron in the middle of the kitchen. But it looks like the whole thing has just been absolutely ransacked, and everything of value has been taken. All the drawers are open, all the cabinets, they are all open. There's loose junk lying around everywhere. And with the roll that high, you notice quite a few bits of loose, stray machinery. But nobody alive in there. No, nothing is moving.
Okay. She's gonna look back towards where the others are hiding. Come.
Okay.
Right.
June slithers out to peek inside the house.
You see much the same. Nothing particularly stands out beyond my prior descriptions, what you'd get. And if you want to roll and attempt to get a higher one, you can. You may notice something else. You never know.
I mean, it looks like an empty house with, like, stuff in it. Should we open it up?
Are any of the windows like cracked or open or anything?
The windows are pretty pristine.
Victoria's gonna try the door.
All right, it does open, but it kind of just swings out, and it's kind of at an angle. So you'll have to climb inside just a little bit, but you can do so.
She pokes where Ryla's hiding in the shawl.
Are we going inside?
You look first, maybe?
Ryla nods, scuttles out, and scurries in through the window.
All right. The first thing you notice going in through there is the smell, for sure. It is a fascinating mix of, how to describe it? Toe rot, witch hazel, and grease.
Smells like my grandma.
Second time that joke's done. All right. Going inside, yeah, nothing is moving, no signs of life whatsoever. And the house being kind of tilted over, you notice a lot of stray dishes and plates and whatnot. With that perception roll, you'll see pretty much exactly what I'm describing. You just, this place clearly has not had someone in it within the last couple of days. It doesn't look like everything's decayed and left to dust, but it does look like everything of value that wasn't glued down has been picked up and taken out.
Robbed.
That, or she crashed and decided to vacate.
Can Victoria roll investigation?
You can. What are you trying to find?
There's bits of metal and stuff around. It seems like that was kind of important. Oh, god damn it.
A 2.
I don't even have a minus in that one.
Yeah, just as flat 0 in that. So just, you got no idea. You're just confused by how what all you're seeing lines up exactly in your head.
Why house legs?
Damn.
7, pretty much same results. You can make vague guesses, but you don't have enough faith to really commit to any of them yet.
Victoria's gonna climb inside the house.
All right, you do so. The wood paneling does groan and creak because you're kind of having to half step on the wall a little bit.
Jeez.
And under your weight, it is definitely letting you know that it was probably not designed for that level of load bearing, but
It's a good thing June isn't trying to go inside.
put the poor thing out of its misery.
Only one, like, is there one, floor?
There is a second story, but it's going to be a little tricky traversing over to it. You'll have to go up at a diagonal angle.
I'm a gecko.
Yes, you are. If you wish to
well-
traverse, you may.
Ryla traverses.
Yes, you do. You crawl up in your teeny little gecko feet. Just
Victoria's
moving
gonna
along.
look at the cauldron.
All right. The cauldron's kind of been knocked over on its side. There's some faint driblets of liquid down at the very bottom, little leftover bits. It is clear that it's not entirely sure as to its origins, nothing odor-wise or anything coming out of it.
You can like stick a claw into it.
All right. You just stick a claw in. What exactly are you doing with that claw? To scrape it along for residue, or?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You do so. Just kind of scrape off some of the soot down at the bottom, get a little bit of the liquid, bring it out. Nothing like adverse happens. Your skin doesn't sizzle or anything.
And there's still no magic coming from it.
No, you're not getting any magical vibes at all. Thing.
All right then, Callie.
What?
She's gonna lick it.
It's I swear it's probably just like cooking grease. If June would look in, she would probably recognize it.
Yeah. Oh, that's Crisco, hon. Interesting. Okay. I just got to look up on my table here for a moment.
Oh God, what did I do?
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm psyching you out. Okay. It just kind of tastes like real world. It's kind of just vegetable oil. Not much of a taste to it. Not much of a pleasant one, anyway, on its own.
Yeah, that sounds about right. While everyone's poking around inside, June's gonna look around the base of like I guess the house impact zone
Mm-hmm.
to see if there are maybe any other tracks or something. Since it looks
Absolutely.
kind of ramshackled, or
Right.
not ramshackled, a little bit looted.
Yep, you can roll an investigation check.
Oh God, June. Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, there's a 2. Okay, yeah. The grass is kind of starting to grow up around it, so you're having trouble finding anything definitive. But you assume, looking at it, someone definitely looted the place, so you can't tell what way they would have gone or who the looters might have been. I mean, could have been the Gricks for all you know.
Dang.
All right, so let's get back to Ryla. You going up the stairs takes no time with your climbing speed. Going up there, you see an interesting little domicile. It's not really a bedroom in the traditional sense. It's almost more like a giant bird's nest in the middle of the room. It's kind of shifted over up against one of the nearest walls. Like lots of random assorted junk. No feathers, per se, or any signs of that. Just lots of random junk and just a pile. And once again, much like the downstairs, nothing of value is immediately visible.
I guess she's gonna try to investigate.
We'll go for it. 16, not bad at all. Okay, let me roll something here to see if you find anything left over. Nothing magical has been detected, so... interesting. Okay, you do find a few paper scraps that catch your eye because they have writing on them. What
Jeez.
languages do you know?
Common and Protean.
Gotcha. Yeah. This would not be a language you recognize. It's very scratchy and very sparsely spaced out, but you do see that there are the vague bits of diagrams on them.
She's gonna try and gather the paper up and take it back downstairs.
Very good.
Guys, found some writing. Don't recognize it, but it looks like writing.
Okay. By this point, June is probably trying to sort of worm her way into the domicile, but not all of her, obviously. She's
As
still
big as
mostly
you are.
outside.
As tall as you're capable of making yourself, you could pretty easily just open a window and look in through there, too, if you can't fit.
June might just look in through a window.
Yep.
Actually.
Yep. So you assemble the writing. Can everyone list off their languages for me?
Halfling, Common, and Orcish.
Draconic and giant.
Common, draconic, and primordial.
Oh, no, that. Okay, good. You actually have it.
Hmm.
Victoria, these words stand out to you. They're just like half fragments. It's like you're catching the tail end of a sentence. But you see something about containment apparatus. And 3 letters that appear to be a signature down at the bottom. You just see LGA. But it appears there was more preceding it and possibly following it.
LGA. Containment. Something contained here?
So, like whoever was living here was trying to contain something?
It was the orc children!
Oh my god.
Like,
She
Like-
like, actually shows the paper to them like they can read it.
like, do you think someone here was trying to contain, like, a forest?
Like some kind of spores?
No,
Huh.
no, druid, no fuel spores.
Hmm.
Should we, do you think the druid in town can understand what this is about?
Maybe?
She got us. No.
She might be able to, but I think at this point we should push on.
Okay.
Go direction housewalking.
I guess.
Yeah.
Alright, you choose to follow the trajectory the house appeared to be moving towards. Okay.
Oh, if anyone wants to try to look for, like, Buddha tracks, I mean, I tried looking, but the grass got in my face.
Yeah, can I roll survival to like.
It can be investigation or survival in this case, yes.
Which am I better at?
An 8,
Okay.
okay. 8's a good start.
God
Two.
damn it!
Okay.
Victoria, come on.
I'll try a survival. Come on. There we go.
17, good.
There we go.
That makes sense with your tiny little feet. You could get a little closer to the ground. Okay. Let me just flip to the right pages here so I know exactly what I'm looking at.
As it turns out, at 3rd level, proficiency means
Yeah, proficiency doesn't mean super much yet.
Uh-huh.
But it makes sense. You're technically fledglings at what you do. So, yeah, okay. You're all looking around. Nothing super crazy at this point. Riley, you're still down at gecko size. As you move around in the grass, as well as Diesel, smaller size, you do notice a single bare set of footprints advancing in the trajectory direction that the house was headed into the woods. And
what
you
kind of
see
footprints?
they have 5 toes with with the 17 easel you would notice this above the threshold. Little faint indentations a couple inches away, almost like claw mark prints and at the end of these human-like feet.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Whatever made these little tracks have claws at the end of their feet. Are
Huh.
they arranged like a human's toes? would
It is a basically looks like a human foot, but with long little extra long toenail marks indented in.
See, you can see here where the claws are pushing in, but it's otherwise like a human foot.
Ew, I got nasty feet.
Human no take care of feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
They're heading
should
that
we
way.
follow it?
All right then.
Go.
Yep, you
Yep.
may go. Moving into the woods, following along with this set of tracks. How are you doing so, and what marching order are you going in?
Probably the same as before.
Victoria
Yeah.
is picking up the front again.
Yep, very good. All right, and how quickly are you moving, and how quietly?
Uh, I mean, I guess June doesn't make a whole lot of noise natively. What with the whole no footsteps thing?
Actually, Ryla's gonna drop down and slither and try to be as stealthy as possible.
Okay, a 13. Not bad. I will take that into account.
Victoria's being a little cautious because last time she got bit by a snake.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a stealth as well, just to see
Yeah.
how that goes. If it'll go.
10.
Yeah.
Okay. Making a note of that.
Oh, soft 20.
Nice.
Ooh. Is
Wow.
June the only one not rolling a stealth check?
Only if you choose. Only if you choose.
I think June's gonna just be like not stealthy, but not be overly noisy.
Just careful, careful traversal. Got it. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. As you start progressing further in, the footprints become more noticeable, and here's the fun part. As you take a few more steps in, the ground begins to become a little bit more wet. You start seeing little bits of water, almost like spring water, coming out from the footprints. At first, it's just little the footprints themselves appear to be creating water. And they kind of spread more and more, and eventually the ground starts becoming swampier.
Hmm.
What the hell?
Hazel come up. Look good.
Do you want me to climb on your shoulders and look? Okay.
She bends down so Hazel can climb up.
All right. You are up on Victoria's shoulders, getting a good look ahead. It doesn't change too much about how far ahead in the tree line you can see, but you can definitely tell that you are moving into a different biome now somehow.
It's getting a little less like the forest back there and a little more like something is changing the forest that had magically appeared as they're walking through it. I'm not sure I like this.
So wait,
Two.
the water isn't coming from the ground. It's actually coming from the footprints.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Ew.
Maybe Fairy Forest? House occupant change forest?
So we're gonna find something weird at the end of this. As I presume we press forward and June starts to go, ew. She wades through swamp water.
It is starting to get a little more boggy, yes. Okay, let me just check you guys' character sheets real quick. I have to make sure about something.
Ominous.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. It's
Whatever
fine.
you say, Juniper.
It's fine.
I never put orcish
Okay.
on my fucking sheet, damn it.
Interesting. Checking again, making sure.
Are you checking our hit points?
No.
Boy.
What's funny is it was like he just said character sheets, so we have no idea what he could be looking at.
That has everything on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how convenient that is. It's all just right there for me to look at any time. Sure is nifty. Okay. And one more to check. Let's make sure about something. Okay. None of you noticed this yet.
Well, is my detect magic still not changed?
It is still an hour, yes. That you're still getting the same vibe from the forest that you have the whole time. But you are getting a bit more of a faint bit of a school of magic now. You're detecting a little bit of illusion magic in the air as you advance further in.
Stop.
What?
Magic change.
How to change, hon?
Illusion?
Illusion? You mean like illusion, like the forest isn't really here kind of illusion?
No, no touch illusion. She stomps her foot. She presses her foot into the muck a little bit.
It leaves a
This here.
sizable dragonborn footprint.
This here. Something not right.
Violet's gonna turn into a rattlesnake, then try and scan with her thermal vision.
All right, looking around. What is? Let's see. Nothing within that range. No. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. Just plants. Plants and water.
Hmm.
What think?
Gonna roll for perception.
Nat 20. Very
Oh,
nice.
damn.
Good. That might just have saved your ass here. Okay, something occurs to you. You're starting to hear nature noises again. But they don't sound normal. They sound like something mimicking nature noises. It sounds like someone actually like whistling a bird song rather than actually doing it. It sounds almost like a recording.
Do those birds sound a little human-y to you guys?
Tweet. Hashtag did nothing wrong. Hashtag ignore us.
Don't sound right to me either.
That kind of roll, I'm gonna guess that June is like.
No, the 14 actually is the DC to beat. So yeah, you actually kind of are like, oh hey, now that you mention it, you're right. Oh hey, I'm hearing it now.
Oh, I got a nat 20.
All right, with the nat 20
20
and the
points.
detect magic on, very good rolls at a very crucial moment. Good for you guys. Okay, you are noticing the Fey magic is emanating very hard out of the footprints themselves. And for a brief moment, okay, let me just check and see what school of magic this spell is. Just to give it a little bit forward motion here. It is. Okay, you instantly detect evocation magic as 4 lights just shoot out from trees towards you. Just these glowing orbs moving right towards you, making no sound, no nothing. But as they get near you, because of that nat 20, they go right through you. Nothing happens.
Oh,
Ooh.
And they just kind of float in the air behind you before getting snuffed out.
Do we see any of these too?
You saw those lights. They were extremely bright. And with that nat 20 and your detect magic on, that was a dancing light spell, Victoria.
ooh. Magic caster.
Did someone just whiz us?
What?
There's a wizard about.
June's gonna call out into the woods. Hey look, we realize that you're here. We found your toppled over house. We know that you're dealing some shenanigans. How about you just come out and we not pretend anymore?
Victoria's also going to speak out in Primordial.
Mm.
Found house. Need help?
The bird song just dies down immediately, and this time you notice it, and it hits you all over again just how quiet the forest was before.
No harm. Speak.
And why should I trust you?
Me find you. No attack.
You haven't found me, though.
You fail. Victoria sends you.
Can Ryla see this person's body heat?
Nope. The voice is disembodied. No idea as to the origins.
You may be hit, Victoria, but 4 people, not wise. Victoria, speak. Offer help.
And how can you help?
Victoria, ask. Not know how help unless ask.
Now you see, it seems fairly obvious to me what you're here for.
Strange happenings. We investigate. We no one hurt.
The rest of you are all just hearing this conversation in a language neither of you recognize.
Hazel's scanning the where the lights came from. She's just kind of looking around.
Each of the trees that the dancing lights shot out of vanish.
Ooh.
Just blink out. And you see that there's a continued footpath through the swampy area. Just, well, then let me get a measure of you.
June sees the path open up and presumes, so I guess what you said, someone was listening.
Careful. In common. No trust. No aggression. Careful.
Okay.
Walks forward a little, cautiously, but she goes. She
Understandable.
offers Azel to come down if she wants.
Oh, she's gonna stay up there.
Alright. She's gonna go.
All right.
No weapon
Okay.
drawn.
All right. You progress further. The swamp's still just as quiet as before. And eventually, you arrive here.
Ooh, a map.
You may place
Oh.
yourselves down in here, and I'll size you up.
I
Go down, Victoria.
think it was about there.
It's fine. This is just the same general area.
Go down, Victoria. Go!
We believe in you. There we go. Shrink you down again. There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, shouldn't Easel be
Hazel got a increase.
Someone cast enlarge on you, and you became human-sized.
This is terrible.
There we go.
Put me back.
Oh, God damn.
There we go. I took care of it. Okay.
Thank
You tall motherfuckers deal with this all day.
It's annoying. Alright. You arrive in a clearing with several exotic-looking bits of flora and a campfire and a ramshackle tent on the other side of it, surrounded by unusual mushrooms.
Mm.
Tori, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm guessing you can actually talk with whoever this was, so you want to introduce us?
We help. You come out.
There's no voice responding at first, but eventually you do begin to hear just the faintest little, "Why would I come out? Put your weapons down, then I'll come out. You outnumber me, you said so yourself."
Victoria, put weapons down. Others stand back.
Oh, it's an all or nothing deal, dear.
Well, I'm not carrying any weapons, so...
Let us put weapons down.
Oh,
Done.
okay.
Victoria
Like-
puts her weapons on the ground.
June lays her axe against the rock
Mm-hmm.
Azel puts her sword right over here.
All right. As soon as all of your weapons make contact with the ground, they sink into the dirt, completely out of reach.
No, Daggy gave me that for my birthday.
Will return.
Oh.
In Primary
There's
Warrior.
there's no response at first.
Weapon.
Swear,
Gift.
honey, we better be getting that back. That was a gift.
As
It
you all are
gift
looking around
to
scanning
friend.
the environment,
Oh,
no sound at all. Something rises up out of the pond behind you.
Oh my god.
You see just this shriveled up, gaunt, green woman, very aged looking, with hair down well to her ankles, and a green shawl. She's wearing goggles.
oh, oh.
Say, Just kind of gives you all the up down for a moment,
Goggles.
then smiles, claps her hands, and your weapons all rise back up and fall down.
Oh, Daggy's axe. No.
I apologize. I had to see how willing you would be to play nice.
Victoria Monster. No judge.
Oh, no, you're not, dear. Trust me, I would know. What brings you to the lair of Bilga?
Forest Sprout. Scare Town.
Understandable. I am the one that did it, after all.
Also, something drank their druid's arm.
Yes, also me, unfortunately.
Okay,
Had to be done. Had to be done.
No, this isn't an in-character thing. This is a pure question thing. Are we to assume that she's speaking common now?
This is common, yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
I should have specified that.
Why would you need to drink a person's arm?
Because that half-orc was so bullheaded and unwilling to listen to any warning I attempted to whisper to her. She would have charged right into a fight she was not capable of winning. She needed help. She needed help.
Well, I don't know her very well, so I can't really comment on that, I guess.
Did it occur to you that maybe she couldn't hear your whisper warnings? Because I wasn't getting anything this whole time.
Well, no, I wasn't saying anything to any of you until you got in further. You caught my attention when you let those Gricks go. Not everyone would have bothered. Yes, they do. They were here when I started. I sensed them, but didn't see the point. Decent guard dogs, if need be. I needed to not be disturbed until my creation was ready.
Creation?
Yes.
Make forest.
Yes, I did.
Why?
Took a lot of work and energy. Had to take out the entirety of the magical power source powering my house to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
Yes.
Is there a reason that you're creating this forest?
To keep those orcs away from something they did not know they built the town on top of.
What build? What on top of?
Well, you know a thing or two about the history of this continent. You know that there was a sprawling underground kingdom that stretched from coast to coast.
Victoria
Not much initially known in that, nor is it mapped much these days, but my sisters and I from the southern mountains, we keep an eye on these things, and unfortunately there was a disturbance. One of the seals that the dwarves built to keep something contained cracked. There was something in there. There's something down here beneath your feet, and I don't want it breaking out and destroying that town.
What is it?
Something fiendish. Something wrong.
Victoria, guess. No talk. 'Cause scary.
It is not something capable of speech, no.
You no talk to town.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, well, as you can see, I'm a hag. You know, eat children's hearts, that sort of thing. I didn't need them to know I was here. All frankness, I plan on leaving as soon as it's dealt with. I'm planning on containing this thing, but it's going to be a bit difficult, and I'm going to need time. But with all of you here, you might actually be able to wind down its life force.
We're good at winding things down.
Victoria,
So that eating children is a stereotype and not founded in... Right?
Oh, it entirely depends on the Covenant Sisterhood. There's some of us who will do it both as an occupation and as a hobby. And there are those of us who make a point of making sure that stereotype gets crushed underfoot.
no eat heart.
I didn't want to assume anything, but, you know,
It's understandable. I mean,
Like
you're
to have-
news.
like to have all the cards on the table.
Well, I appreciate that. And on the subject of that, claps her hands, and these two poles right here, these totem poles, both of them just kind of spring up, and a bunch of gears and whatnot start turning, and you see these just two giant oversized fists that were rising up out of the ground that just come to a gentle rest. It's like, I had to take precautions.
So you were gonna punch us with ground fists if we went nice?
Yes.
For us, one
Seems
you.
fair.
Oh, well,
Oh, trust me, dear. She kind of leans forward, kind of pats Victoria a little bit, and kind of with one hand lifts you up a little bit. I'm a lot stronger than I look. And that is an out-of-character thing. Green hags have a strength score of 18.
God damn.
They're a lot stronger than they look.
Victoria down.
We are
Thank-
pretty much exactly as strong as we look.
yeah.
Well, then I feel very reassured. Ah,
Victoria, like, holds up her new axe. You know magic?
I tinker, yes. Bit on the artificing side as well, as a bit of a hobby.
What's this?
Oh, let me see here. Oh, yes. It's a Fey chopper.
Ooh.
Very glad you turned out to not be hostile. That would not be friendly towards me whatsoever. Does extra damage to all Fey and Fey associated things.
Is there like a thing I can bring into my character sheet for that?
I'll show you later. No, it is a homebrewed magical item.
Gotcha.
Azel wants to ask, the thing...
Bilga.
Yeah, Bilga. Bilga, is the thing below, is that fiendish in nature, you said?
Yes. It is infernal in form. I don't know what it is, but it has a lot of power that it's been building up down here beneath the earth for a long time. Might be partially why the soil is fertile here, or it might just be something that was imprisoned that the dwarves couldn't deal with. Either way, I want it for myself. I need something else to power my home.
So wait.
Use your battery
wait.
to keep
No.
here, but use as new battery?
An upgrade, you see. Bit of a grease monkey.
Found
So-
house. Oh, sorry, Blake.
Okay, so alright. Okay, that makes sense. You found the infernal thing, its seal was cracked. To deal with it, you took the battery out of your house, made the forest to keep out the villages, so that way you could kill the infernal thing, take its own power, and then plug its upgraded battery back into your house.
Basically, yes.
Okay.
I know it is inconvenient and definitely frightening. I can see why, but I didn't need anyone coming in, and I know folks and all orcish folk tend to think they would run in there and try to solve it themselves, and I don't want any more dead dealing with this than I have to. It would not be a good image if people went into the forest and never came out.
Azel small orc.
I thought I noticed a bit of orcishness in your accent.
Yeah, from the other continent to the west.
Oh, never been. Interesting. Well, if you are all willing, I would very much appreciate your help in dealing with this issue of mine. When it is weak enough, I should be able to trap it. The device is largely complete. I can at least contain it long enough to finish it.
Victoria,
Well,
help.
just make sure that once you're done, that you and your walking house, just
Oh,
will the forest like disappear when you're gone?
Yes, it's my
Okay.
doing, it's my creation. It will go away when I do.
Okay.
Maybe
And
talk.
just just asking, is there a way to restore our druid friend's arm to full?
Oh, it'll grow back in a few days.
Right.
Maybe
Oh.
talk. Druid. After.
If I see a reason to, perhaps.
More friends. Looks at the gang. Never bad.
No, they're not, but I have plenty of friends. And the less involved in the hag business to the south, the less hearts eaten.
Okay.
Not all of us are friendly. I just happen to be one of the more curious ones. Some of us are not interested in being friends with anyone. At all. I'm just here to take care of this and be out of their way. Ideally, I'd like to be nothing more than a weird folk story these orcs tell their grandkids.
That's fair. It's like being that buffet in that town. Yeah. We're still not allowed there.
Jesus Christ.
Just
No.
eye contact for a moment from the hag. Just interesting.
What buffet?
There's a buffet where you get it's where they say all you can eat, but apparently they don't mean that because eventually they reach a point where they're like, no, you have to stop eating. Get out. And they start wielding swords and things, and then they put your picture on the wall and say you're never allowed to serve again.
Rude.
There's only so much pumpernickel in the world.
Golden Corral's new slogan.
Thank you for getting that one. There's so much pumpernickel in the world.
You're not the only one that watches that show.
The wife's
Alright.
giant hands.
Okay, so if you would help me, that would be very kind, and I will be out of that tear. I was never going to be an issue or encroach on their fields. I just didn't need them tilling over here and accidentally awakening some kind of demon.
What do you need us to do?
Go inside. She walks over on top of the... If it will allow me to move her. There we go. Over here. There's a little cave over here leading down to it. It's contained inside of a rock prison of sorts. Take care of it, and I will make sure to vacate this premises as promptly as possible.
Take care of it how?
Violently. It is infernal. It is from the incursion, most likely, or at least from a prior one. It has absolutely no positive intent for this plane at all.
Yeah.
Incursion?
Azel is completely on board with beating the shit out of a demon.
Incursion?
Yes, you know. A few decades back, demons invaded.
No. Victoria, 3 months old.
Oh, you
He's a
poor
little
child.
baby.
Oh, you poor muscle-bound child. Consider
She's-
yourself fortunate that you don't have any... I am so sorry that I'm going to be the one that leads you to your first exposure to what a demon is.
Demons are the only thing that I do not hesitate to smite, Victoria.
You know smite snakes. And snakes bite Victoria. Demon
To-
bad.
To be fair to the snakes, we were kind of poking around in the house, the whole house.
That was only done in defense of themselves. Demons hurt things for fun.
Though
Victoria's
the
eyes darken a little bit at that thought.
though the pizza is to die for.
They're from a different hell. They don't have Dominoes there.
Victoria has visibly gripped her weapon tighter.
So before we go down, Miss, I want to say Barbados, but that isn't right.
It's Bilgath.
Bilgath. So, Miss Bilgath, anything we gotta know in particular about this guy before we go down and, like, you know, we thoroughly thrash him?
Lots of fire.
Fire. Okay.
Lots and lots of fire. That's all I've been able to do. It would be a bit difficult for me to handle it myself. At least not until I spent a significantly greater amount of time building up my containment apparatus.
Oh wait, let me see. Do I have it with me? Ah, dang. Nah, I should have brought my bucket. Get some of this water splashed on him. Put out the fire.
Oh, there is water in there. It's a natural enough cave system. I don't know how that will react to it. It's hellfire, not exactly the same thing. But you're welcome to try. Get creative. You never know.
Spray
I
with
wish
a
you all
spray
luck.
bottle. No, bad demon.
Get it weak enough, and I assure you I can take care of the rest. I just need it weakened enough to where I can capture its essence and use it to power my home. Make it my little bitch.
Alrighty.
You magic. You help anyway?
Say, can you repeat that, dear? I didn't quite understand your meaning. You're still learning a bit of nuance in the language department, aren't you?
Yes.
It takes time. Don't worry about it.
You magic. Help us?
I have to concentrate on finishing my apparatus and having it ready, I'm afraid. If things seem dire on your death's door and you can't handle it, I will come in. I can say that much. But I'd rather focus on making sure I can capture this thing as neatly as possible so I can get out of here sooner. If I'm not concentrating on that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do.
Victoria ready.
We should be fine.
I would think so.
Alright,
Alright,
so I guess we're heading inside.
I guess you are. Okay, you enter in, going down into this old cave with this mineshaft-like opening.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ooh.
what is that?
As you enter all in down here in the southern end,
It's the Beyblade horse!
Oh my god!
Is that a nightmare?
Shit.
Alrighty, so you all enter into the southern end. It is very much a cave entrance. It's cold, rocky. There's a lot of few driblets of running water leading outside. As you enter in, it is pretty immediate that you know exactly what you're looking at. There is just this ring of fire around these rocks, with several stray bits of charred bones, and in the center of it, just pacing around, stamping furiously, is an enormous black horse-like creature with a flaming mane and burning eyes.
There we go.
How big is it?
Oh man, this is like almost Trojan horse size.
Wow.
Ooh.
It doesn't say anything, but it does notice you all entering in. Just kind of pacing around, cantering furiously, snorting out flames.
In Primordial, because that worked last time. You speak?
It just snorts. Just sparks and heat coming out. You now notice that its mouth stretches back a good bit further than a horse's mouth normally would. Not
Oh,
quite
no.
like the whole canine jaw proportions thing, a little about half of that. But it does have sharp teeth. Like little obsidian spines.
Oh.
How do this?
I mean, I guess we could just, attack it, seeing as how it's a demon horse thing.
Hazel,
Hmm?
you know, like,
Don't.
what do?
Oh, had your divine sense going. Yeah, this thing's evil. Absolutely evil.
There's very little good to come from demons.
Victoria attack?
Yes.
It feels kind of anticlimactic. I mean, it's just kind of standing there. not like just pacing back and forth like a weird horse. So
Hey.
like,
Hey, are you a demon?
It just snorts once again.
Is this water right in here?
It is just a little shallow stream of water, yes.
am I to assume that there are pebbles around?
It's pretty loose ground with pebbles and whatnot, yes.
June picks up a pebble and tosses it at it.
The pebble kind of just disappears through the flame. You don't really see if it hit or not. But its eyes do narrow at that a little bit.
Oh, you want some? June throws another pebble at it.
Okay, taunt it. Sure, go right ahead.
Victoria is going to slowly pull out a javelin and hold an action.
Okay. Alright. Let's just make sure you guys didn't really... No, your passive perception scores aren't high enough for that. Alright, what can this bad boy do? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. At the sight of you pulling out a weapon, you almost for a split moment see the facsimile of a smile, and it just starts to levitate up into the air.
Oh,
Really quickly, like 90 feet up to the surface of this cave.
Oh
Up to
dear.
the ceiling of it, just really up high. And it just starts running in the sky for a moment. Crashes down on this rock right here.
oh,
Oh dear.
And just bucks up and neighs really loudly. Flames just beginning to spread all over the place. And now we're going to roll initiative.
8. Warp.
8, 17. I'm manually add a couple of you in. That is fine.
Why do this to me, Roll20? Why?
That's weird. Why does it register some of us but not others?
Sometimes it's weird like that. It depends on. Sometimes it's like you have to have your token selected.
Yeah, I clicked on my
that's
token
right.
before I did it, and it still didn't do it though. So
Yeah, it
sometimes-
is not. It's just more of an art than a science. Okay, so 17. And an 8. And now for this bad boy. It's very bad boy. Oh, not one. How nice.
I
He
was so
slips on the
worried.
rock and falls in the pool.
I was so worried.
All right, that's a 3 for him. So he will be going last in the turn order.
And you got a nat 1.
I was
Ha
so
ha.
convinced. I was so convinced that he was going to get a ton of hits on us.
Oh, don't
Oh
worry.
my
The fight
God.
hasn't started yet.
Oh,
All
dear.
right, so let's turn on the boss music. Just a
Yeah.
little- Okay. All right,
For
Easel.
some strange reason, I was instinctively expecting were whalers on the moon.
I can't do anything that could get a copy strike out, unfortunately.
She's gonna
All
move right here. She's gonna pull out her longsword, and she's going to hold an action. She's gonna
Mhm.
make it come to her.
All right, very good.
I remember
Okay.
this theme from the arena.
That I did use it for that. Yes. All right. So, if you're holding, what action are you holding, and what's your condition?
If it gets near me, I'm holding an attack.
Very good. Okay. So with that, we are at June. It's your turn.
Okay. Ryla, say something to make me mad. She says this while getting into position.
I didn't
Oh,
think I
there.
didn't care for Fury Road that much.
how could you not like Fury Road? I mean, it's such an awesome movie. And so she uses her rage, and because of the Path of the Titanoboa, as June gets upset, this already colossal Naga grows twice her size. So she's
Well,
now
alright then.
60 feet long.
Well, all right then. Let's expand you up a little bit to the same size as the creature.
Jeez.
We do very homebrew heavy campaigns around this place, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. And while brandishing her great axe, she is also going to take position, I guess, and wait for it to attack.
All right, you are holding an action as well. Raging is a bonus action, so that is fine. All right, so if you're holding yours, then Ryla, it's your turn.
How far away are we?
It's pretty literal to the space here, so you are, at this point, about 60 feet away from it.
How do you guys do that? I forget.
The little snap to center icon, the little circle with the ruler sticking through the corner.
I think rushing up to it is all I can do.
All right, you just move forward, brandishing out, ready to strike.
Oh, I guess I should take on a battle form. And also transform to what would happen if you made a bear out of a crocodile,
Okay, Crocobear, fun,
using the stance of a brown bear.
very fun. All right, you turn into a Crocobear, and now that brings us to Victoria's turn.
Okay, how do I undo that? Damn it.
You want to get back to where you can move, just click on the arrow key up at the top of the left again.
Okay. Alright, Victoria's going to go over here. Is that about 30 feet?
You can measure it out. I'll measure it for you real quick. 30 feet of movement would be right up to the riverbank for you.
But look a little over this way, like right here.
Yeah, just let me see from where you were. Yeah, you can make it there if you were standing here. So yeah, well, I'll just say that's where you can get to. Yeah.
Okay, so... Okay, I'm gonna chuck the javelin at him.
All right, take that javelin toss.
Hey! Throw the javelin. There, oh, god damn it. Oh,
Hey, a 7.
yeah.
Unfortunately, not enough to hit this bad boy. You huck that javelin and it just kind of airballs over. Kind of, you think you're aiming for the neck, but it just kind of goes through the flaming mane and doesn't do anything. You get a vibe of almost like this thing is mocking you as a result of that.
Ooh. Ooh.
A very, is that the best you've got kind of energy.
Her eye... That's the end of my turn, but her eye begins...
All right, then. Okay. Time for the creature's turn. The nightmare. A very ancient nightmare. Just kind of rears up, flames just bellowing out on all sides. And it flies up into the air, about 40 feet.
Hmm.
Runs past, drops down right here.
Ooh. Oh.
There we go. And it is going to go for the ooze first and foremost. Rearing up with the hooves and preparing to bring them down. And, oh geez, what is that? That is a 21 to hit you, Ryla.
That hits.
I figured. Alright, that is a couple of these bad boys. And, okay. Okay, you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, plus 2 points of fire damage. As this
How much?
thing may...
How much is that total?
14 total.
Okay, I had to check the bear's hit points real quick.
Yep. Bringing down the hooves on top of you, you feel a very strong burning sensation. It is definitely not normal fire whatsoever. It sticks onto your body a lot longer than it normally would have, and does eventually flicker out. And let me see here, what can it do next? No, that only works on willing creatures. Alright, that will end its turn. It is about 5 feet off the ground, but still very much within hitting distance. I did not realize until I just started this fight that nightmares have a flying speed.
Okay. So back up to me then.
That it is.
Okay, she's gonna move over here. So she
You all right?
now we're flanking.
Yeah. You got flanking.
And she's gonna hit it.
That hits.
And she's also going to.
Burn that smite. Hell yeah.
Oh, shit!
Good smite. Okay, 22 points of of damage, 12 of it radiant. Very good. All right, so that's okay. Yeah, you bring your sword out, you hit that thing, and there's just this flash of light that it does not like. It just rears back, bucking up wildly, and you notice it shrinks a little bit.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, if anybody wants to look, Azel's eyes are actually, like, glowing right now.
No.
And that is her turn. So she's just gonna stand there and glaring at this thing and also making, like, incredibly deep growling noises that she should not be able to make.
Aw, she's like a little Wolverine. Alright, so with that out of the way, Juniper, it is your turn.
Alright. June's gonna. How do you use the measuring distance thing again?
On
So-
the top middle left, the top left dial, there's about in the middle, there's a little circle. It looks like it's got a ruler sticking through it. You click on that and it'll show snap to center, and it should show you what your movement range is. And if you need to go back to moving, just click on the arrow key at the top again.
Okay, hold on. So I click on it. Click on my icon.
The
And then
top
pull.
left of this.
And then.
You click on your icon and then pull away from yourself. Well,
Oh,
hold
I
it.
see. So. Click, and then. No, that's moving it.
Top left of the screen, Blake, you see where it has that mouse thing?
Oh,
roller
I see.
thing? Yeah.
Okay.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Alright, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
and the
you got enough
movement-
movement to reach it.
Alright, so June moves into position. Which would be more like this? Yeah.
Yep.
Decisions. June's gonna swipe at it first with her great axe.
Absolutely. And you're raging, so you'll get +2 to the damage itself if you hit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so roll the hit.
So, if I remember correctly, so does it count as advantage when raging?
Only if you do reckless attacks. Which you
Okay.
can do, technically, if you want to.
Okay. And woo!
If you did go with reckless attack, you'd get that nat 20. Because you're not quite as experienced, I'll let you know that in advance. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh.
And
You
we
lost-
lost Casey. Yeah, it looks like her net went out
Yeah,
completely.
might have died.
Yeah, I'll make rolls for her in the meantime.
Okay.
So we can get this done quicker.
Anyway, so June attacks with a great axe, so she's also raging. So the damage she does is.
Alright. Did you specify that that was a reckless attack?
No.
Okay, so then it's just the 17, which still hits, and you would get 10 damage from that 8.
Okay. Wait, what's the +9?
It takes into account the nat 20, even if it's not the main roll.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's still 10 damage, which is very good. You bring your axe down, and you definitely hurt this bad boy.
Hey.
Alright, yeah, he has already taken a couple of meaty hits. Which brings us to Ryla's turn. Bear still has HP, so for now I'll just make the brown bear attacks. Just going here. Flipping to brown bear.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Brown bear gets this. Okay, first roll is a 7. Will not hit the nightmare, even with the bear's strength score. Just shy of it. The 19 on the die definitely will. Okay, so the claws definitely hit, but the bite missed. So that is 9 points of slashing damage from the bear strikes. Very good. And with that, it is now Victoria, your turn.
Alright. Well, her eye that was glowing before sort of mocked her starts to glow brighter. And Victoria is going to activate her rage, Wild Surge.
Very
Turn
fun.
1. Necrotic energy bursts from you. Each creature within 30 feet of you takes 1d10 necrotic damage, and you gain temporary hit points equal to the sum of the necrotic damage dealt to the creatures.
Woof. Well, unfortunately, that's everybody within range. But
Would I be allowed to move a little bit, or not? It's too late for that.
it's a little late for that, I'm afraid. So that's a D10 roll from most of you. I'll roll real quick for... Where's my D10 at? Okay, so that's 3 points. 7.
And-
8 points from the Nightmare, and 3 points from Ryla, and 10 from you. Sheesh. So you gain 17 plus 8. 25. 28 points of temporary hit points from this,
Jesus.
Yes.
as it takes 8 points of necrotic damage. All right.
Well,
Oh, wait, so I get 28?
Yeah, you get 28 temporary hit points.
you're welcome, Victoria.
As you all just kind of feel a little bit of, you feel a little less pep in your step than you did moments before, as this dark aura seeps out, kind of leeches off of all of you. The Nightmare included.
Is Reckless Attack count as a bonus action as well, or?
It is a free action. You can just declare it.
Alright, I'm going to use Reckless Attack.
Attack with advantage.
Hit!
24 definitely hits. Both of them would have. 9 plus 2 is 11.
11.
Not bad at all. Yeah, you were putting some hurt on this bad boy. Okay.
She intentionally aims for the neck.
Very
Yeah.
nice. Alright, you hit a real nice and good. And this thing is just slowly, it seems like just sparks are erupting out of its body, and it's slightly getting smaller once again. But it's now its turn. Let's see exactly how happy it's going to be about that. Time to see if this special ability I gave it's actually going to work. Interesting.
Yeah, and when she rages, her eye glows black.
That's very fun. Alright. Okay, reading up on a thing here. Oops, spelled that. All right. Yeah, barbarians usually do. All right, so it's a slightly nerfed version of it, but I need every one of the group to give me a dex save.
Alrighty. Oh.
Oh boy. That ain't
Not
good.
bad. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, enough from... Yeah, Juniper unfortunately will not manage to dodge out of the way this in time. As basically all around it, much similar to what was around in the rocks, a wall of fire erupts in a ring around it. Completely.
Yeah, ouch.
It's a nerfed version of that spell, thankfully. If this was the actual spell Wall of Fire, that would be a lot more damage than you guys would be capable of taking. But you guys take, for those of you who failed to save, which is Juniper and Ryla passed it as well. Okay. Juniper, you take 12 points of fire damage, which is not halved due to raging. And the rest of you only take half of that, so you just take 6 points. And as it activates that, because it hit a certain health threshold, it is going to attempt to back kick the paladin. Because that smitey damage hurt, and it didn't like that. But it is not going to hit you with, see.
I have a 19
Yeah.
AC.
It's not. It is
She's
not
too
going to hit you with.
small.
It's not going to hit you with a 12. It just completely airballs you. The hoof just flies like a foot and a half over your head. Just kind of stare up and just, wow. That was dumb. All right, so.
She laughs at it in Orcish. Says, "You stupid git."
Aw. All right, so with that being its one wasted attack, we are now back up the round.
Alright. Here we go again. Come on. Hit him. Oh, that hit
Definitely
him.
hits.
One more smite in me.
Very good.
Only
Okay,
a
not as
4.
good as the last one. That's still 11 points of damage, which not quite enough to kill him, but he is not looking good. With that additional smite, he shrinks down. He's now about the size of a normal horse. Doot. Just looks very deflated right now in more than one sense of the word. All right, Juniper, this thing looks a lot easier to bitch slap around now. What do you want to do?
June, now having been caught on fire, is very upset. She's like, okay, we'll do this now. And so she whips her, Jesus, like 60 feet of tail around and attempts to constrict it.
Very nice.
Oh, darn.
13. That actually hits.
Oh my god. So she constricts
It's a, yep, it's a little hot at first. But then it actually starts feeling kind of nice.
At this point, she's feeling very upset for various things. So it's like, ow, ow, ow. But it's just like powering through it.
All right,
And so she does 6 bludgeoning damage.
all right, you're not squeezing down quite as much as you initially planned to due to the heat coming off of it, but you're definitely hurting it. You can just, it's almost like the sensation of like dried wood crumbling under your feet a little bit.
Also, importantly, thanks to the crushing coils, if the target is unable to make a fail to escape, which, by the way, what is the DC on this? It doesn't quite say. I'll have to double check, look it up. But if they fail to, if they fail, sorry.
Go ahead.
If they fail to escape, it will take another 1d6 of 1d6 plus my strength of bludgeoning damage.
Ah, okay, all right, gotcha. So we'll just do it by the standard grappling rules. Just competing athletics checks has to beat yours.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Since we don't know the DC as of right this second, so with that, all right. So that's your turn. It is not quite dead yet. So we'll see about Ryla going at it as a bear croc once again. First bite attack once again misses. That is super unfortunate. Oh no. That's a 2 on the die, so definitely not going to hit. It wasn't that 1 for a second there.
Oh dear.
Kept rolling. Got real close. Okay, so fortunately neither of those attacks hit. She tries to go at it and get in, but the coils just kind of slightly get in the way, but it's all good. Doesn't want to hurt a friend. So which brings us back to Victoria.
She just beat right back.
Yep.
She'd be there in a
What
second.
Okay,
What a wait one. Okay, good. It's your turn now. Ryla
Okay.
missed on both. Almost crit missed.
Oh, dang. Alright.
He is not looking good. He is worn down.
Alright.
He's also constricted by a huge snake.
Do I want to try this?
Do what you want.
I mean, yeah. She is going to roar and use Dragon Sphere.
Alright.
Need to make a DC save of 13.
Alright. Or be frightened. with his wisdom. He
Wisdom.
fails.
Yaha!
Oh,
He is
thank
now
God.
frightened.
You
She-
It
pass.
succeeds.
Yeah.
Roll
No,
him
it's
for-
my choice. It's my choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the dragon's roar, the fear is my choice. The rage was not.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, it is officially frightened of you. You are scary looking. It's also being crushed under several tons of coil.
Yeah, and I think that's all I can do now. That's my action.
All right, with him being coiled, let's see if he can even break out of this poor. No, that's a 4 on the die. He's not breaking out. You can still technically attack while grappled, so he is going to try and kick onto you through attack mechanics. That's a 21 to hit you, Juniper.
Yep, that hits.
Yep. The kick manages to get the singeing hooves into a little softer underbelly portion. That's a decent amount of damage. That's 19 points of bludgeoning.
Oh, Jesus.
Combined with 6 points of fire, so 25 points altogether as this thing manages to flare up its flames one more time and just really burn into your scales a little bit.
That's not good. June's knocked out.
Oh,
She's at
gee.
negative. She's at -2.
Oh boy. Well, it managed to break out of the grapple now.
Mhm.
All right, you're knocked unconscious from that. As it breaks free and manages to look around, you all just watch as the large snake lady just collapses down, shrinking back down to her normal size. And this thing looks very proud of itself for that. Kind of okay, I may actually have a fighting chance now. But now we go back to our paladin.
She's out of smites though, so hopefully she just hits it real good.
You do hit it. 11. Okay. How do you want to do this?
Well, she's gonna swing it directly at its neck.
Mhm.
Like, she can't smite anymore, but her eyes are still glowing just a little bit. So she's gonna bring it down directly into the meat of its neck and keep going.
Yes. It is a very fun, very satisfying crunch as your blade just slowly starts to peel through this charred black obsidian-like skin. And it is panicking, knowing that it is being struck down above all things by a holy warrior. Of a thing that it is very much afraid of. And the body begins to crack as your blade begins to drive deeper and deeper. More and more shattered veins of broken glass with red poking out.
Am I
good, you're
back?
Yes,
Yes,
you are.
You're back.
I
She's,
rolled your. I rolled your
many-
com. Go ahead.
How many of my turns did I miss?
2. I rolled for you, just so we can keep going because it's starting to get late.
Roll 2 attacks each.
Yep, I did
Yep.
those for you. I used both the bear attacks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
she's
Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened.
It's all
Where
right.
are we now?
The internet does what it do. Callie just struck the killing blow on it. All right, so
she's staring it directly in the eyes as she's pulling her blade through its neck.
Yep, the body just continues to crack like a porcelain, basically, with like molten lava beneath it. Just more and more shattering points, and eventually just shatters into black shards of dust. With this one little red sphere in the center that just feels like you have a pretty strong feeling that's its core. And it attempts to flee and get away, but as it attempts to flee deeper into the cave, it stops as though something's pulling it. And in walks the tech hag, where with her goggles on, she's got a bit more kind of a Fury Road-esque garb on her now. She's clearly in her fight garb. And she's got what I can only describe as something akin to a steampunkish looking Ghostbusters vacuum.
Uh,
1,000 thanks, deities. As she sucks this thing in, and the orb of flame just no ability to resist at all. Just it's sucked inside.
The odd like setup to the Fury Road insult.
That was planned from all along, though. As I said in the chat, as part of the world building is that the hags that live in the southern mountains kind of have a Fury Road aesthetic with the way they like to build their houses. except instead of diesel punk modified cars and trucks, it's chicken leg houses.
That's grand.
That's amazing.
Azel dashes over here to June and uses the rest of her pool of healing magic to bring her back up.
You have 10 HP.
I have 10 HP. Hooray! Yeah, Casey, you weren't there. June was almost burned to death.
Aww.
She
This thing-
constricted it and then got.
Baked a little bit.
It kicked her hard in the stomach.
And I apologize, Casey. I sucked some of Ryla's health.
You did take a few points of damage thanks to her wild magic thing, but I think you only lost like 3 points from that.
Yeah.
I just realized.
I was happy
had-
to give that to her friends in a time of need.
Also, I hate saying this, but if I hadn't rolled so well for like Victoria to take so much health from me, June would have survived that.
Oh no.
It
lost.
happened.
Yeah, she lost like a third of her health from that.
Oh no.
Yeah. It happens. Don't worry. You're all okay.
It's alright.
Yeah, it's okay.
There's a paladin here, it's fine.
Okay, so June has 10 points of health again.
Wait, real quick. Necrotic doesn't leave any negative effects, does it?
No.
Okay.
Not unless flavored otherwise, no. You do have a couple of... you'll lose them the next time you shed your skin, but there's a couple of very distinct hoof-shaped burn marks in your stomach.
Ow. Did we win?
Yeah.
Yes, you did, and quite bangingly so.
Oh, ow. I need some aloe vera.
I can provide that. I happen to grow quite a few exotic plants.
That would be nice.
Well, thank
Victoria's
you.
eye and stuff are still kind of glowing. She's having some trouble coming down age.
Oh boy, bit of anger in you, I see. You know, you definitely aren't like anything magical I've experienced before. That's interesting. Gnomish magic. A little bit familiar, bit of a fan, I dabble, but nothing like that I've ever done before. I do know a thing or two about animation spells, but it's really just animating a construct like my home. Anyway, let's get out of this cave and see about me moving on.
Okay. Ew.
Alright, so, with everything sorted, the demon vanquished, as you walk out, you start to notice that all of the greenery kind of around Bilga's lair is starting to diminish and shrink back into the earth a little bit. It should spread out over the rest of the forest over the next few hours. It'll all be gone by sundown, and I will be out of here.
We wish
I
you
think-
luck then.
Hey, thank you very much. You've helped me quite a bit and saved me a lot of time. This'll give my coven a bit of an edge over those child heart-eating biatches.
Ever see you again?
Yeah, if you're ever in the southern mountains, ask for Bilga.
That sounds like a plot hook.
Victoria has reasons for looking for magicians.
Hag magic is very distinctive. It's not quite the same as others, but a group of hags is far more powerful than most. I came here to see about finding this for myself, and I won't lie, this is going to be very fun for me experimenting with what I can do with this. I might be able to give my house rockets.
Oh,
Rocket.
sounds fun.
What sounds exactly the right amount of horribly dangerous.
Well, I mean, I live for danger, she says, just giving you a thumbs up. Now, you all get back to your Orc Town and tell them whatever you need to. You don't need to mention me or mention me, whatever you so choose. I will be out of your hair by nightfall.
Right,
Victoria
righto.
offers a hand to shake awkwardly away again.
She reaches out. Her grasp is extremely strong as she just kind of yanks your arm up and down a little bit. It's a bit of fun. I always find this custom so funny. Just let's
Victoria
wiggle.
don't understand either.
We just wiggle our flappy bits at each other, and it's funny. Anyways, she just kind of walks back, although the greenery just kind of disappearing around her as she does, makes her way back to her house. Give me a few moments. Steps inside and kind of places the heart of that creature into the hearth where the cauldron was. And the fire just roars to life, and the house just kind of starts to rebuild itself.
Victoria thinks about mentioning that she licked something out of there, but thinks better, but says nothing.
It's just Crisco.
It's cooking oil. Don't worry about it. All right, so as it does, you notice that the house is beginning to shift and change a little bit, and that it is becoming a little bit more. Well, it's gone from chicken wings to spicy chicken wings,
Oh.
to where there's a bit more red in there, some slightly more fertile. Almost looks like red dragon feet instead of chicken feet.
Oh.
Oh.
Are there flames painted on the side?
Yes. She just kind of leans out the window. She's wearing like a scarf now. It's like red ones go faster, making the rock and roll sign down at you, Easel.
She
says
makes
that
it
in-
back.
She said that in Orcish.
Aw.
Why
Hazel's-
would she say the devil horns?
Aloe vera.
Oh yes,
Is
yes,
that-
of course. A little plant just grows up right next to you. That
Thank
should take
you.
care of the burn marks.
Thank you. June plucks it up and starts rubbing it on her midsection.
It works very
Oh
quickly.
wait, June, I had a couple of these. Ryla hands her healing potions.
Aw.
Thanks, hon.
Victoria goes to pat her, but notices a little bit of the necrotic energy still leaking off the claw and brings it back down.
Thanks.
Okay.
Live fast and die young.
Oh my god!
Just takes off just at an absolute dead sprint, and yeah, there are flames coming out of the chimney and windows as they do.
This is fuck-
Oh my god!
While the Deuce Warrior theme song plays.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the healing potions were what?
2d4s plus 4. You don't have to roll 4 of them. The session's over. You can just say you'll go back fall.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back.
Just the rest from here on out is just flavor.
Okay.
So that gone, and her starting to depart, leaving a massive house-shaped hole in the tree line she created. The forest just gradually starts shrinking down, and by the time you're nearing the edge of it, it actually is pretty much just tall grass at this point. You see a few of the orcs standing there, the druid included, arms still slightly shriveled up. Just
Victoria's
what
gonna
was-
check on the hole where the were.
mhm. The
Are they
bricks,
still there?
they are
Yeah.
gone.
Alright. She's gonna cover up the hole.
All right, cool. You cover up the hole. Yeah, as you guys begin to see the outside of the forest again, you see the various half-orcs nearby were all just kind of waiting, the druid standing in front of them, just the arm still kind of in a sling. Just, so what was it?
Yeah.
Uh,
Azel can't lie to save her fucking life. So if anybody wants to lie and say there wasn't a hag in the woods, now's the time to do it.
horse.
Okay,
Inferno.
If that's what you want to do.
June is gonna try to explain that there was a old magical lady who was helping them deal with a demon horse.
No, a young magical lady. It was a nymph.
There was a magical lady who put the force there to help her deal with it with a fiery horse. Persuasion.
She was a dryad.
An 8?
That didn't work apparently.
There's lots of that sounds fake, but okays. But with the assistance of all that and attempting to spin it, they do eventually just kind of yeah, okay, sure, whatever. I mean, I do see that some of you look a little singed.
June still probably has like at least the remnants of hoof mark burn scars in her midsection.
Oh yeah, they are there.
Yeah.
Like That's a pretty damning piece of evidence to your case.
Yeah.
Azel,
A dryad helped us take down a nightmare. It's not that difficult.
Azel goes up to the
19 in
druid.
deception.
So you took care of the problem then?
Yeah, the forest will disappear completely in the next few days, and the lady that helped us, you know, the nice young nymph lady, she looks away at this and does not make eye contact because she cannot lie. She said that your arm will go back to normal in a few days.
Oh, so someone did do this to me. Well, that's
Yes.
good to know.
She did apologize for that, but she was trying to prevent you from stumbling into a demon horse.
Say you no listen.
That's fair, yeah. Well, thank you very much. That definitely solves the problem. Demon horse. Something like that nearby? Must have been something from the incursion from 100 years ago.
Yeah, she mentioned an incursion. Ow.
That's definitely something I would include and let the guild know about. They definitely would like to know everything there is to know about any remnants of demonic activity. I figured we'd be dealing with some kind of rogue fae who decided to build their vacation home, but this is...
Home walk.
What?
Home walk.
Homework. She gave us some homework. We have to catalog 3 species of native flora and bring them with us to the ship.
Like,
Insight check. She rolled a set. She rolled a 7. She believes you.
Confusion check.
Say, right. Well, I could help with that, I guess. There's some corn over there. There's some wheat and
Corn will probably work.
sure. Yeah. Hope you can make some good out of that. I don't. Okay.
Hazel
Well.
is not making eye contact with anybody right now.
You magic mushroom.
Technically not a plant, but yes.
What? What do?
What do they do?
Nods.
The mushrooms are just my own brand of druidic magic to keep the fey magic from getting too close. Trying to carve a path.
Thank.
I hope it helped. In the meantime, you've definitely helped us.
yeah, hon, the mushrooms helped loads. It was great.
Good. Well, we'll see to it about making sure the guild knows you did a good job on that and that you are appropriately compensated. So, guess you can head back to your ship. If you're ever in the neighborhood, be sure to come by Battersea again. Yeah, we're happy to see you. And, hey, where'd your weird dog go?
Oh, I'll go get her. Ryla dramatically steps behind June and emerges as a Deinonychus.
Oh, that's neat. So, all right, so you guys can flavor how you spend the rest of the day as you wish. You can hang out in the town, do whatever you do, go right to the airship, your choice.
Curious
Hang
to
out.
ask a bit more about the spore magic before she leaves.
All right, you spend a few hours talking with the druid. Don't learn too much, just because she doesn't reveal all that much outrightly. A lot of druidic practices are kind of guarded secrets.
She asks about magic that takes life.
Talks a bit about necromancy and a lot of what you can do with that, how undead warlocks are a problem, and also the more powerful things like liches.
She nods and listens.
Just regales with the basics of what she knows about magic that takes life and how some spells are very good at it. Anyone else?
Maybe. Yeah, no, you know what? June joins Ryla for hanging out and possibly is making the resident, like, cook in the village very upset.
entirely
June's had
possible.
June's had a bit of a rough time with that fight.
I was gonna sing in the middle of the street for tips.
Aw.
Well, if you're still as a Deinonychus, you're still covered in orc kids the entire time.
Azel is gonna help the half orcs like plow some of their fields while they're there.
Aw.
Oh,
Very good. Well,
Paladin.
yep. Paladin. So, the day draws near to a close, and eventually you do see the familiar figure of Pauldron emerging into the town, just walking back. He is got a little bit of blood caked onto one side of his face plate, but he otherwise appears just about the same.
Something happened?
You should see the other guy.
oh.
So yes,
I take it your business is handled.
It was, yes. Didn't
That's
get the
good.
answers I was hoping for, but I got answers all the same.
Victoria learned too.
Oh, did
She
you?
looks kind of deep in thought.
Well, I'm glad you had a good learning experience, and I take it you took care of the problem.
Yeah.
non-violently.
Well,
Well,
there was some violence at the end, but it deserved it because the guild's probably gonna want to know about this right away. There was a demon.
Oh yeah, there was a nightmare.
A nightmare. The big
Yeah.
flaming horses that devils would ride into battle.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. We have proof. And June shows her midsection. It's got the burn marks.
Ouch. That looks
Yeah.
like it. That looks like it hurt a lot.
It really did.
Those are some big hooves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I apologize. You look like you've been mended up enough, but that might scar for a little while.
That's okay. I'll just shed some.
Yes, you would do that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, job well done. The forest is gone, so I guess we can head back and see about getting your due reward, and hopefully puts all of those potential concerns the higher ups of the guild potentially had to rest. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And with that, you depart back on the airship, back towards familiar floating shores, and that is where we shall end the session.
Woo!
Yay!
That was fun.
That was
So,
some
yeah.
fun.
It was
So
fun.
I'm
Glad.
guessing we're gonna wait till everyone has had a turn before we level up.
Yes.
At least,
Yeah.
yes. At least. Level up should be earned, and I think the DMs will need to talk amongst each other and like propose. I think that's good enough for a level up.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Won't take much convincing, but like just in case everybody, like if one DM had a plan for a specific leveled encounter still, they can get that done.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But yeah,
I'm gonna stop recording now. So everybody,
Alrighty.
good night, everybody.
good night.
Right.
Good night.